All right, the clock just turned to 7:30. So we will, first of all, glad to see all of you on tonight, and trust everybody's well. And Happy New Year. I don't think I've seen you this year, some of you. So Happy New Year to you. And we will call the meeting to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Okay, good evening, everyone. The roll call. Alderwoman West.
Present.
Alderwoman Tapman.
Here.
Alderwoman Reed.
Sorry, present. She said Marie.
Okay. No, Alderwoman Reed. Alderman Carroll.
Present.
Alderman Thomas.
Present.
Alderwoman Dales. Alderwoman Dales.
Present.
Alderwoman Avant Elliott.
Present.
And then the mayor, the city attorney, police chief, and city clerk. All present, Mayor.
All righty, thank you. Approval of the agenda. Just 1 second, just hold on one second. Alderwoman Dales.
I make a motion to approve the agenda for today, Thursday, January the 7th, 2021.
Is there a second? Alderman Thomas.
I second the motion.
Any discussion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Mayor,
Yes.
you said for the discussion, I'm not sure if you saw the email that indicated that you could present the proclamations on your own. Is that what you want to do? Because that's what we could make a motion to amend the agenda to remove them, and you would just replace any language related to the board and just make it a mayor presentation to those people you're doing proclamations to.
Okay.
That was the information from the municipal league that I sent.
All right, make that.
I think Alderman Carroll has his hand up. I don't know if he was about to do that or who was about to do it. I don't want to do it over them.
Yeah, I think that's Alderman Carroll's hand up. Alderman Carroll? Yes, go right ahead.
I'm typing in the motion right now.
Okay.
On the question,
What's the question?
I wasn't privy to that email.
Okay, basically all it says is that the mayor could do those proclamations without a board vote, without
Okay.
bringing it to the board.
Okay,
And-
so are you gonna do it? Are you gonna do it on this meeting, or are you just going to mail it to them?
Well, I'll get it to them. I'm not sure about the mailing. Matter of fact, I believe that all a person can do a resolution for someone in their ward, or whomever.
Proclamation.
I mean,
A proclamation.
A proclamation.
I mean a proclamation. Yeah, that's
Would the city clerk please forward that email to me if she has it?
I don't have it, not here.
okay. So, all right. Alderman Carroll has moved to. Oh, okay.
I'm making the. I move to amend the agenda and strike items I, J, and K.
I, J, and K.
Yes.
Okay.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
I.
Aye.
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 Are there any opposers? All right, ayes have it. So you can make that motion again with the with the amended change.
I make the motion to approve the agenda, deleting out I, J, and K for Thursday, January the 7th, 2021.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
All in favor,
I'm
say
trying
aye.
to find it,
Aye.
Mariah. Hold on.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, Dales, are you putting that in the chat?
It was in the chat, yes.
I can.
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
All righty then. So we were in the midst of voting. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposers? Ayes have it. I have a couple of appointments.
Okay.
You need to mute that, whoever that is talking.
I'm trying to find it. I don't see the person.
Okay. The appointments, one is Ward 3, Alderman Melvin Perry. I think you're on. Yes.
I apologize. Point of order. Can I go ahead and approve? We already approved. No, we're not doing the minutes yet. I just want to make sure that we weren't out of order. I was confused.
Mhm.
So, okay, we at the appointment or the agenda? Because
Yeah, the minutes will be next. So you have that information on Melvin Perry. I'm appointing him to Ward 3 to serve out the remainder of the term of Alderman Christian. Is a board approval.
Mayor,
Yes.
normally at this time, the board would interview the candidate and then we will proceed from there. He's on there. He's here.
I'm looking for him.
He would just have to unmute himself.
Mr.
Perry.
Mr. Perry, are you on? You may need, if you're talking, unmute yourself.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor, I am on.
Okay, then the board would like to ask you several questions. But anyway, we're glad to have you on, and they will share with you at this time. Whoever's first, go right ahead.
Mayor,
Yes.
can I propose for Fran to just do a round robin and just ask each alderperson to state their inquiry?
That'll be fine.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, do a round robin.
Okay, I'll start with Elise Dales. Alderwoman Dales.
Hi, Mr. Perry. How are you? Can you hear me?
I'm pretty good. How about you?
Okay. I have a question.
I
Looking at
can.
your
It's kind of breaking up, but I can't hear you.
Okay, looking at your resume, how long have you been a resident of the city of Bellefontaine Neighbors?
I have been a resident for approximately 20 years.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Alderman Thomas. You're muted, Alderman Thomas. Alderman Thomas, can you hear me? You're muted.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay.
Good evening, Mr. Perry. Hello.
How you doing, Mr. Thomas?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Mr. Perry, how long have you lived in the Ward 3?
I've stayed in the Ward 3 for 20 years.
For 20 years. So you grew up in Bellefontaine.
That is correct.
All right. I've known Mr. Perry since he was a student over at Gibson Elementary. He's a outstanding young man. I think that he will serve the board well. We need some young blood, and we need someone who is going to be here for the future. Not that we won't be here for the future, but he has more years to go than some of us. I give my stamp of approval to Mr. Perry. I don't have any questions to ask him at this time. Thank you, Mr. Perry.
Okay. Alderwoman West.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Perry. I would just like to know if you.
How you doing, Ms. West?
I've seen better days, but thank you. I would just like to know if you've ever attended any board meetings prior to us going virtual.
I have not recently attended any board meetings. I have over the years have attended with my parents who were residents of Bellefontaine neighbors. I have also participated in the youth board committee when I was in I believe it was middle school, so I'm definitely familiar with the whole process and the duties of the alderman.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Alderman
Thank you.
Carroll, since we're on it.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Perry. My question is, what do you think are the top 3 issues facing Bellefontaine neighbors, and what would you do or what would you like to see in your capacity as alderperson to help solve those issues?
Oh boy, the top 3 problems from what I can see in my neighborhood, definitely the upkeep of properties. Properties have gone down in the recent years since I've been a resident here, and I would definitely like to see some improvement. And I definitely think just community involvement and getting people pretty much educated about the importance of keeping up the properties and making sure we have a clean neighborhood where we can raise our future children. Another thing that I definitely am concerned about is crime in the neighborhood, speeding, just things that I think are, you know, definitely on the rise as far as the issues in Bellefontaine with crime. And we have a lot of new residents moving in. It's definitely a different feel of Bellefontaine. When I grew up in Bellefontaine, it was more so family friendly. It still is family friendly, but I think I would like it to be a little bit more safer and cleaner for the future generation. I'm also a little bit concerned about there not being enough activities and recreational things for our youth, and that's another thing that I would definitely get involved with the community, and hopefully we will be able to add some things to the program at City Hall and with the recreation on Bellefontaine Road. I definitely would like to see some more things for the youth.
Thank you.
Okay. Alderwoman Avant Elliott.
Hello, how you doing, Mr. Perry?
Pretty good. How are you?
Good. Could you share some of your aspirations to run for office and what interests you in the vacancy?
You know, my aspirations to run for office is just to serve my community, be an asset, not somebody who's just sitting back and complaining, actually getting out and doing the work. That pretty much is why I'm interested in filling the seat for Alderman Ward 3. I feel like with my my passion and some of my skill sets that I would definitely benefit my community.
And so you mentioned earlier in your statement that you were familiar with the role of the alderman. Could you share a little bit about your understanding of the role?
Well, we represent our neighborhoods. We represent the tax-paying people who get up every morning and go to work and try to provide for their families. And we try to provide resources and have agendas and pass ordinance that we believe would be better for our community.
So just to piggyback off of my previous inquiry, so do you plan to run for the seat when it is what come 2022?
I am going to plan to run.
Okay, good. Had you served on any committees before, like asked the previous mayors to try to serve on any committees in the past?
This is actually my first opportunity with actually serving at Bellefontaine Neighbors. I have always been interested in serving. I've never really had the time until the opportunity presented itself. So I'm definitely excited about the opportunity.
Okay. All right. That concludes my question. Mayor, I did have a question for the attorney, just to clarify things. May I ask?
Yes, go ahead.
Attorney White Coleman, you know, like when it comes to the aldermen, you know, we have to do financial disclosures and can't be in arrears and stuff like that. But for the people who get appointed, I wasn't sure if they have to do a financial disclosure, and when they say city taxes, that they can't be in arrears and city taxes, are they talking about personal property and real estate? Is that the city taxes that they're talking about? Do you know?
I'll answer the second question first.
Okay.
When it comes to being in arrears, it does relate to city taxes, personal or real estate. Doesn't.
Okay.
Now, the question of whether or not that applies to someone who is appointed to the position, I would not think that would make a difference, whether they're appointed or whether they're elected.
Right, that it still applies either way.
Yes.
Okay, that's why. But do they have to fill out the financial disclosure as well?
I would think so. They'd be in the same position as someone who was elected.
Okay. Okay, so with that in mind, I don't know if what the process was to investigate that. That will be my only concern, because at the time of appointment, you know, that those situations would have to be addressed. Are you aware of that, Mr. Perry?
You're muted, Mr. Perry.
I was aware that all of my taxes had to be paid. That is as far as I was told about my financial disclosure.
Okay.
Okay.
That concludes my question, Mayor Pearson.
Okay. Alderwoman Tatman.
Yes. Good evening, Mr. Perry.
Good evening. How you doing?
I'm fantastic. Would you just take a few moments to share with us your skill sets and your prior engagement and community activities, i.e. chairmanships or sponsorships in this community and other communities abroad, starting with your skill sets that you offer? I'm excited about the possibility, because I do know a little bit about some of the things you've been involved in. Would you share that with the others, please?
Definitely. Well, just my skills in general. I have been in property management for 20 years, so I'm very adaptable to a lot of situations. Um, I have pretty much over the years I've been involved with community programs and church activities and just getting out there in the community. Just my skills, I feel like, my appreciation for, you know, getting together with people and pretty much, talking about our issues and, how to come together and come bring certain solutions together and, come to um, pretty much an understanding of where we would like to move forward. I'm definitely all about teamwork. Um, like I said, I've been in property management for almost 10 years now, and I work with a lot of different people around the world, different backgrounds, different ethnicities, who all come together and, we try to share the human experience. And I feel like that's one of the greatest assets that I can provide is definitely bringing people together and talking about issues and trying to find solutions for those issues.
Great. And could you just share one more thing with us? If you can think about, and I know you're a little nervous, but that's okay. If you can think about one, um, say, idea that you had or one item that you were involved with where you had to work with a team and say, for instance, one of the team members probably didn't hold up their end. How did you problem solve to make that project still go forth without the assistance of maybe the whole team? So what I'm asking you is put together a team scenario and how that came out.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely run into situations where somebody is not putting in the same effort as the team. And my solution to that is always, if you cannot convince somebody to engage or, put in their half of the work, then sometimes you have to do what you have to do and make sure that whatever task that they have to get done gets done, whether that be with by yourself or with some other people in the team, then, it has to get done. So I don't like to make excuses for other people. I don't know why other people would not, um, participate and, pretty much, add to whatever it is that we're working on as a team, why they wouldn't, put effort in on their part. But I pretty much would definitely do my part as well as, work with other team members and collaborate to get whatever it is someone else is not getting done.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, may I pose a question and make a statement also concerning the previous question to the city attorney?
Sure.
City attorney, I just wanted to make sure because I know I've been absent for the last couple of meetings. Protocol, if we're setting new protocols for appointees, and I'm asking because of the previous question about disclosure on financials. I know myself, I was not appointed, but I did fill out, run to fill out an unexpired term, but still the 2 times sitting on the board, I wasn't privy to appointees having to have financial disclosures and filling out that paperwork. Is that something new or is that regular protocol that maybe hadn't been followed in the past?
I am not certain of what the protocols were that were followed in the past. What I am looking at is the fact that he would be sitting as an alderperson for Ward 3, and that would trigger the obligation to complete the financial disclosures.
Okay, thank you. So if it had not been followed in the past, that is proper protocol.
I have not seen anything to the contrary, but I would be happy to look at that question if you'd like.
Okay, I was just asking. Like I said, um, I've been out of pocket for the last couple of meetings, and I wasn't privy to appointees having to. Not that I object. I think it's good. I just want to know if that was a new protocol, but is that proper protocol, and had it been followed in the past? Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Perry. I'm excited about you um, coming aboard. I
Thank
do
you.
endorse.
Okay, Alderwoman Reed.
Oh God, my mouse isn't working. Oh, I'm on. Sorry. Thanks, Fran. Hello, Mr. Perry. I just had a couple because some people have already answered it, but I think you like Alderwoman before. She had stated you may be a little bit nervous, and I'm sorry that we're asking you so many questions, but I guess we all went through that with the citizens. But you said 20 years of property management, or then you said 10 years. Um, you look rather young, so I'm just wondering, is it 20 years or 10 years?
I 20 years a resident of Bellefontaine and 10 years of property management.
Okay. And I know you had given your interest and your understanding of what alder people do, persons. I know one of the other aldermen asked about the things that you saw that needed to be done, that you saw as things you wanted to look at. But he had also asked, how would you go about? Can you take one of those things? And did you have a plan on how you would attack maybe the upkeep of properties, maybe the crime, maybe the speeding, or the activities for the youth?
I feel like a lot of those issues are issues with community engagement. I feel like if we were to involve the community more with maybe townhouse meetings or different events planned for our residents, that we can pretty much educate everybody and talk about the importance of property upkeep, getting information out about certain resources that people can connect to, as far as helping out with landscaping, anything as far as like the urban league with some of the projects that they do, community work that they do, and just pretty much getting people connected with other people who can pretty much help them out. I know a lot of different landscapers, a lot of young landscapers in the North County area who provide services pretty cheap. And I definitely feel like if people were to understand that those services are out there and how to contact these people, then that would pretty much kind of help us out a little bit.
Yeah.
As far as like crime and everything goes, um, you know, uh, sharing stories is the big thing with me. My sister recently passed away about
Right.
2 years ago in 2019, and she died on Bellefontaine Road. I don't know if all of you are aware, if you have been past
A
the
White
New Hope
Castle?
in Flume Church. Yeah, it's right there by the White Castles. I had some angel wings up there. My family put angel wings and flowers and things right there. We also just erected a sign from MoDOT, uh, adopted a road sign for her.
Oh my
And
God. Was she the young lady that
she,
had left White Castles? The young lady had
yeah,
just
she
left White
was.
Castles? Yeah, we
Yeah,
talked
she
about
was.
that at
Yeah,
the meeting. Oh, I'm so sorry.
yeah. Oh, thank you. Just certain things that we felt like were attributed to the accident, speeding, and just it hits home for me, and I definitely have the I can't even think of the word, but I'm ready to actually get out there and try to solve some of those issues like speeding and
Yeah,
slowing down, getting people to slow down on Bellefontaine Road is
most
one of the biggest things
definitely.
for me. So,
Yeah.
I'm definitely all about, getting out there and trying to get those issues that I feel are important.
Yeah, most definitely. And that's when our roads were being worked on. I totally remember that. I just had a few more. I think someone hit on, it's really only 3 requirements of living in Bellefontaine, not just the ward, but for a year, being 18 and your taxes paid. So that's all any of us had to do. And I just wondered lastly about the ordinances. I know before I ran, I was sitting down reading ordinances and different things like that, as a citizen, and even looking at ordinances in other towns. Have you ever read any of our ordinances in just Bellefontaine,
I've definitely read ordinances over the years. I'm only 27 years old. Like I said, I have not um, had the time to really get out there and do the things that I wanted to do over the years, but I have always been aware of different things going on in the community, always being on top of different projects going on in Bellefontaine, definitely being aware of, what's going on during the board of aldermen's meetings. And my mother used to always take us to um, the meetings, residential meetings as kids. And like I said, I've always been, up to date about what's going on in the neighborhood that I live in.
Yeah, yeah. And we have, just from my point of view, we have tried some of those community engagements at town hall meetings. It just seemed like recently they have not been, well attended. And it's just, I know where you're coming from, I've been here, 21 years, 21 plus. So I have seen it change and people change. So most definitely, I really appreciate you being a young man, ready to do this. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mayor, that's all of.
That's all.
Mhm.
All right. Then what is your pleasure, board?
Mayor, you didn't get a chance to share with us your presentation, your reason for wanting him as well, based on interviewing him, or I'm not sure what your vetting process was. So could you share a little bit more about why you're recommending? Because we did have someone recommended before. I guess they withdrew their interest. So yeah.
Well, I just put out some feelers for someone to step up in Ward 3, and there were 2 people. One came to me, and we sat down and talked. I even kind of, I mean, I think he would have been a good choice as well, but his time wouldn't permit, and so he recommended Perry. And Perry came in and talked to me. We talked, for a while. The young man seemed like he has his head on straight, and just want to do something for his community, and that's good enough for me. That's all of us. That's what I wish. That's what I wanted for myself, is to be able to do something positive for my community. And he presented himself as that kind of individual, and so I chose him.
Well, Mayor, I would like to present the motion, and I will present it because if he has not gone to Fran and she hasn't checked everything, I'll make a motion to tentatively approve him after review of requirements.
Mayor, can I make a statement?
Sure.
Yeah, as I stated before, I know Mr. Perry. Mr. Perry's taxes are current at this time. Mr. Perry is a resident of this community, and he has been a resident of this community for more than a year.
Yes.
And Mr. Perry has a desire to be on the board. What's the third, Dr. Elliott? What's the third one?
You talking about as far as the requirements?
Yeah.
Yeah, citizen, the age.
The age. Okay, and then it was the age that I missed. Thanks. And so he meets all 3 of those. So a tentative approval would I don't think that would help. And being an alderman in Ward 3 and not having the same as the other wards of having a partner, a cohort to work these situations through within the ward, I would be more intent on his appointment of the motion for his appointment that it went through tonight, if that was how you would see the motion.
If I can clarify, Mayor, is it okay?
Go ahead and clarify.
Okay, so
I had already had, excuse me, I had already had my hand up and I had typed it in. I apologize. But
Okay.
after all the questions, I had typed it in and.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
but I made my motion first, Dale. So
Wait just a minute. Let me figure out what's going on. Now, what, Alderwoman Dales, now what are you saying? You typed a motion in?
I had typed it in while everyone was asking their questions, but I think and I appreciate it. I think it would probably be more appropriate for James to make the motion, after he just asked, since it will be the second alderperson in Ward 3, and he's more familiar with him. So I'll bow down. I could take mine out for Alderman Thomas.
Alderwoman Elliott, would you?
Thank you. Finish with my clarification. So Alderman Thomas, the point is, we had to go to the city clerk to file, and then that person review. Mayor, did he go to the clerk for her to review those things to show that they are completed? If that did not happen, Alderman Thomas, then we have not done that process. So the clerk does that, not the mayor, unless the mayor has done it and provides it to the clerk that shows that proof. So it's not something that would be a hindrance once he submits it. So it will be tentative of him submitting those documents to the city clerk, and then she will alert us of that.
I think the word is tentative. I think that he can be appointed. We can approve his appointment. And if he does not pass the 3 things that he needs, then he will not be appointed. But to say the word tentative, I was not tentative when I got my appointment.
I understand.
I wasn't tentative. And I went to the city clerk after I was appointed. Okay. And the city clerk did the disclosure and I was appointed. Now, had I not met all of the criteria, then I would not have made the appointment. The clerk would have came back and said, we can't have James Thomas as the alderman because he doesn't have A, B, or C.
Mayor, can I make a comment, please?
Mayor, I'm sorry. I had my hand up. I'm so sorry.
Oh, okay.
My hand is up.
Wait just 1 second. Wait a second, please. Okay. Alderwoman Reed.
Thank you, Mayor. I think Alderman Thomas actually just answered his own question. He went through the process already before he came before us to be appointed. So we're not asking of anything, Alderwoman Yvonne Elliott's not asking of anything different that none of us had to do. So if you don't want the word tentative, then we can wait until he has said, I've already vetted this person, and then he's presented in front of us. So you said you did it first, and then you got appointed.
I didn't. No, I didn't.
Well, that's what you said.
No, I didn't.
You said I filled out the paperwork, and then I was appointed.
No, I didn't.
I mean, I wish we could rewind.
Fran,
rewind it, because that's not what he said.
Okay.
We can't rewind now.
We can't rewind. But yeah, I mean, in all honesty, I wasn't appointed. And like Alderwoman Tapman said, she wasn't appointed. We all filled out that same paperwork and went through that process. So it's just the same paperwork. I mean, has it already happened already? I mean, we can kill all of this if it's already happened.
Okay, well, we don't want to spend half the night on this technicality here.
Well, Mayor, can you just say yes or no? Did it already happen?
No, I can't say that it has.
It's not.
Let me say this. is that I've made three appointments, and they were always brought to the board, and the board approved. And then whatever else that person needs to do to qualify to serve on that board was done after that. This question that you guys are asking now, I don't recall coming up. So, but if you are saying, and then we can let the board decide. But if you're saying that all of this has to be done prior, then I just want to make that clear. If and then when we talk about the tentative, we can appoint him tentatively until this is done tonight. Then then let's say that. And I personally, I would be okay with it because it works the same way either way.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Thank you. Yes.
I'll second it, Mayor. I'll second her original motion.
Okay, I'll restate it. I move to tentatively approve Melvin Perry after submission of evidence of paid city taxes to the city clerk, and to be sworn in and seated at that point.
And I'll second that.
Okay, call a roll.
Alderwoman West,
Hold on.
Okay. Oh, let me. Okay, hold on. Okay, I move to tentatively submission of evidence.
Okay.
City documents.
Alderwoman Tapman,
Yes.
Alderwoman Reed,
Yes.
Alderman Carroll,
No.
Alderman Thomas,
Yes.
Alderwoman Dales. You're muted.
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Okay. Alderwoman Avant Elliott.
Yes.
You have 5 yes and 2 no's, Mayor.
All right, motion carries. All right, so also we're appointing Mr. Kenneth Bryant to Board of Adjustment.
Okay, Mayor, let me ask Alderwoman Avant Elliott, did you put that in the chat?
Yes.
Your last motion?
I was trying to make sure that I had it.
Okay, I see it. I'm sorry.
All right.
I'm sorry, Mayor.
Okay.
So is Mr. Bryant on? Kenneth Bryant.
No, I do not see him unless he's one of these phone numbers.
I think he's on the phone.
I think he's on the phone.
Kenneth Bryant, are you on?
Make sure you're not muted now.
I don't have anyone muted. If they're muted.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Mr. Bryant if he's on. I see some numbers, but I don't see his name and I don't know his number. So Pat Barrett recommended him.
Yes.
I don't know Mr. Bryant. So
Mayor, can we table him until next meeting when he's available to be on?
okay, we can do that.
Thank you.
Are you making a motion? Because I think this was the second table. Alderwoman Reed.
Oh, I'm
We
not.
tabled it to this one.
I'm not.
No, do it.
Mayor Pat has his hand up, but he didn't raise
Pat?
it.
Yeah.
I mean, he got his hand up on the picture.
Pat, go right ahead.
Hello, good evening, everybody. Mayor,
Hi, Pat.
I just wanted to say I'm sorry, I don't know Mr. Bryant. Maybe someone else who knows him. I'm not familiar with him.
Well, I interviewed him, and he sounded excited about it.
Okay.
But I don't know him personally.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So I'll see if I can contact Mr. Bryant. I did call him today and didn't get an answer.
Okay, so
we can table that and we'll move forward.
I move to table the appointment of, is it Kenneth
Bryant Senior.
Bryan Senior until the next board meeting,
Okay.
January 21st.
okay.
I
The
second.
next general board meeting.
Yeah, January 21st.
All is, and that was a second, right?
Yes, sir. So I second.
Yes.
All right. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposers, nay.
No.
Okay, one no. Okay, presentation of unapproved minutes. And let me see whose hand this is up here.
Teresa Reed.
Alderman Reed.
I'd like to approve the unapproved minutes from the BOA meeting, 12/17, special meeting 12/22, special meeting 12/29.
Is that's Alderwoman West. I mean,
I second.
okay. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposers, nay. Okay, ayes have it. Meeting open to the public, 3 minutes each, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I have some questions regarding the training that happened with the board for the municipal league, but I have another question first before I get started. May I ask Alderman Carroll a question?
Sure.
Alderman Carroll, do you still live in Ward number 2, or have you moved?
Alderman
I can't hear.
He's muted.
I can't hear.
He's on mute.
Can you repeat the question? I didn't hear her.
My question was to Alderman Carroll, and my question was, did Alderman Carroll move?
Well, he's not, I don't know if he can hear us, but he's muted. Alderwoman Elliott.
Yes, I just want to make the point that all questions should be directed to the chair, and it is proper protocol to not answer during the course of this session. And so if the alderperson chooses not to respond, that will be their choice.
So, Mayor, I did ask you if I could ask the alderman a question. Did I not?
Yes, you did.
Okay, all right. So I don't know if you heard it or not, but we didn't hear a response. So the question that I presented to the board before the meeting, I did not receive a response from those questions either. So I'm going to read the questions. I tried to keep it within 3 minutes anyway, and I'll just wait until they present their reports, because I am certain that they can answer the questions in their report if they don't want to answer them right now. So the first question I have for Mr. Carroll, I want to know if he's moved. The other question, Alderwoman, Yvonne Elliott, stated that her activities as alderwoman were not related to executive or mayoral activities. At the last December 17 BOA meeting, Yvonne Elliott declared the mayor's veto of the bill establishing the O'Keefe Law Firm as advisors was invalid. And if the mayor refused to sign the contract with the firm by noon the next day, she would sign the contract. The city attorney stated no one is authorized to sign a contract pertaining to the city except the mayor. So my question is, did the alderwoman sign the contract with the O'Keefe Law Firm? And please explain how that is not an executive activity. It seems to me to be. Question number 2, Alderwoman Yvonne Elliott declared to Mr. Kelly The committees established at the illegally called August 12th emergency special meeting were motioned and approved, quote, at a previous board meeting. Please provide the meeting dates this motion and approval took place. Third question, regarding the majority four's decision to exclude citizens' comments, all commissions, all the persons, mayor's reports from the official board meeting minutes at the suggestion of a parliamentarian who does not live in our community, Alderwoman Yvonne Elliott commented this decision was welcomed by the city clerk based on her experience in serving in the city clerk's absence. Please provide
Mayor,
the
point
dates
of
of
order.
her.
Sorry, 3 minutes.
Okay, Mayor, I will be,
Yes.
30 seconds, I'll wrap it up.
Go ahead.
Please provide the dates of her service. I do not recall any absences in the city, for the city clerk, and I do not see any minutes that are signed by the Alderwoman, and I want to know if the Alderwoman is serving as a city employee. Regarding tonight's agenda, a few meetings ago, Alderwoman Dales announced the alternative date for our annual Black History celebration to Juneteenth this year due to the pandemic. Tonight's agenda to establish a Juneteenth celebration appears to be in contradiction to Dale's already established and announced plans. Was this just an oversight? And I'll just wait until all the people give their report so I can hear the answers. Thank you, Mayor.
All righty, thank you. Anyone else?
Yes. Hello?
Hello? Yes, go right ahead.
Yes, this is Mr. Wilson at 1266 St. Cyr Road.
Mm-hmm.
My comment is this, or my concern is this. When a resident calls for the assistance of the police department and the police arrive and you explain what the situation is, and my concern is this. We're not here to dictate to people what they can and cannot do, but we do have ordinances that help us to have a more peaceful community. Now, on December the 24th last year, this house at 1270 St. Cyr Road has been nothing but a problem. When I talked to the building committee, the building department about the property, I'm giving answers like, well, they can put anything they want to put in there that, that they want to do. I say, I understand that. I said, but they are operating as a business out of that house because I see it day in and day out because I live next door to them. I'm told, well, we don't see this and we've been trying to catch them. Well, you'll never catch them because you don't come over this way a lot. And I know that for a fact. Another thing that concerns me is on the 24th of December, the house next door at 1270 St. Cyr Road had a full-blown giveaway right there on the front. I contacted the building department about them putting a barbecue pit out in the middle of the front yard and barbecuing, and then followed up with having people driving up, walking up, and all of that. I had to run people away from parking in my driveway, in the front of my driveway. My question is this: has the ordinances changed concerning what you can do with a property if it's not occupiable? This property hasn't even been approved for occupancy, and yet they're carrying on business out of that place like it has been. And that's my comment. One last thing is this. I surely hope that this year that all of the you that are serving in offices with Bellefontaine neighbors will understand that you are there to serve the community, not to stick each other in the back, not to try to downgrade each other. You're there to serve this community, and I hope that you will take that under consideration as you serve this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Anyone else?
Yes, Mayor. This is Peg Warnis at 10030 Crete Drive. And 2 board meetings ago, I talked to you about the barricade that is at Crete and Cabot, and that we have cars driving around the barricade into my neighbor's yard. You said, and I also told you that Michael Weezy had made sure that the street department had the bollards and the equipment to install the blockade so the cars couldn't do it. You said you would take care of it, and the police, the street department came, they drew a circle with paint. They have had flags put in, which means they've checked the wires, and this will be the 3rd time that's been done because nothing follows those flags. So here we are 2 months later, we've got paint down, we've got flags that it's been examined for wires or stuff underneath, but no ballards installed to keep cars from driving on his lawn in order to get around the barricade. I'd like that to be addressed soon.
All right. Thank you. Anyone else?
Mayor, this is
Ask you,
Go right ahead.
Taylor, Virgin Manor Court. I just wanted to clarify when the discussion came up about appointees. I was appointed by the previous mayor, and after sitting with and meeting with the mayor, I was instructed to submit my information to the clerk, Denny, before being presented to the board. So that is the protocol, or was the protocol. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yeah, this is Anthony Green. Before I start, I don't want to have a question. I don't want this to count against me. It's not a question. Is Alderman Carroll on the line? Because I don't see his image, and I thought he was at Alderwoman West's house previously as he was declining certain motions, and I thought we had an understanding that most of the aldermen need to be on visual. Is he on the line? Is he on the line currently as we speak? Because the question was asked. You don't need to answer, but is he on the line?
I mean, I don't know.
Okay. All right. That's fair.
He didn't answer.
All right. That's fair. Now I'm ready to start. Okay. I want to know also if Alderman Carroll has moved, because he's now no longer on the screen. I'm quoting a Missouri Revised Statute. According to the 2019 Missouri Revised Statute, Title 7, Cities, Towns, and Villages, Chapter 79, Cities of the 4th Classification, Section 79.160. This is to the treasurer. I'm not sure if he's on the line. I would hope he would be. But it says, board shall publish semi-annual financial statements. So it is now for the period ending December 31st, December 31st, 2020. Board shall publish semi-annual statements. The Board of Aldermen shall semi-annually each year at times to be set by the Board of Aldermen, make out and spread upon their records a full and detailed account and statement of the receipts and expenditures and indebtedness of the city for the half year ending with the last day of the month immediately preceding the date of such report. We have reached that point. My understanding is July 1st is when the fiscal year starts. December 31st has been 6 months. The treasurer, I'm hoping is on the line, he should be in the process of preparing the 6 months ended balance sheet and income statement for the city of Bellefontaine neighbors. Also under section 79.165, again, Missouri Revenue Statute 2019, Title 7, Chapter 79, Section 79.165, no money of city to be dispersed until a statement is published, penalty. So if the treasurer cannot produce financial statements available to the public, and notice the last one did say published in some newspaper in the city, so it's not just to y'all, it says published in some newspaper in the city. If it's not done by January 31st, the treasurer is to cease and desist of a 4th class city. If it's not published, is not to pay out any money of the city or on any warrant or order of the Board of Aldermen after the end of the month until those published statements have been produced. He is part-time, I understand, so I just want to make sure this is a matter of record so that as we get closer to January 31st, those those financial statements are available to the public. And if they're not, no worries, but no checks get cut after January 31st until those are produced. Thank you. The next thing is someone was killed on, someone else was killed on Highway 67 Jennings. So we have a speeding problem. I want the city and the Missouri State Patrol was released on this. It made the news.
Mayor,
The guy was killed as he went to his mailbox. Please have the police department talk about that. Thank you. I am completely done.
All right, thank you. I'm assuming that was Alderwoman Reed. Alderwoman Reed, do you have a question or something?
No, just keeping time for you.
All right, anyone else? All right, then we'll bring it back to the board. And we'll now have commission and board report, Public Safety Committee.
There was no meeting last month, Mayor.
The Youth Commission.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
The Youth Commission did not have a meeting either last month. We partook in the celebration for the Christmas event that went on. I do want to ask Mayor if Alderman Thomas would be appointed to the Youth Commission as an automatic rep.
Yes, we will take that under consideration.
Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome. Image and beautification. Image and beautification. Parks and Rec Board.
Good evening, Mayor. The Parks and Recreation Board did not meet in December, but we do plan to meet in January.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Street Department. Anyone here from Streets?
I am here.
Okay.
What my report?
Yes.
Okay. Little update of the duties performed by the street department in the last month. We contracted out a tree for removal in 1100 block of Waldorf, leaving us $4,100 of the $10,000 that was budgeted for tree removals. Street department also performed 8 tree trims, along with 6 tree removals, along with the removal of 2 stumps. A number of days was spent picking up limbs throughout the city due to a couple of the storms. We have also been out filling potholes. As winter has come, we have slowed down with trimming of trees and converted our trucks over to be ready for inclement weather conditions, that being salt applications and snow removal. Early December, we replenished the city's fuel supply at a cost of $1.33 a gallon. And it looks like prices are slowly increasing, but won't need to order fuel again until approximately late February or early March. We had CK Power come out to do their yearly inspection of the City Hall's building generator. It is in good condition, only needing 2 batteries replaced, which was completed. Also had our shop car lift inspected and adjusted. In the process of having all city's fire extinguishers checked, recharged, and tagged for 2021, sorry. We did have a couple of high dollar repairs to a few of our trucks that we could not do in the house. We have done trash pickups at entrances to the city, that including Danke and Jennings, Station Road, Chain of Rocks and Fontaine, Lilac and 270 and Bellefontaine Road, Common and 367, Corporate Lands and Bellefontaine Road, along with Shepley Bridge area. We've had a street sweeper out and in the Bissell neighborhood. The 1,200 blocks of Bissell have been completed, along with clearing the openings of the sewers with leaf buildup. Also have kept up preventive maintenance on department equipment and vehicles and the police vehicles. Going forward, we would like we will be out sealing the tar areas that we asphalted back in the summer, and also in the process of completing our stormwater annual report for MSD and Missouri Department of Natural Resources. That's my report.
Thank you very much. Any questions? If not, approval of invoices over 500.
Mayor, I had a question.
All right.
Was it correct in hearing that the street department is actually picking up the trash or just the trash bags at those?
No, I sent them out this week, and they were picking up the trash at those intersections that I mentioned.
Interesting. Okay, and then the street sweeper. I noticed that certain times of the year, Bellefontaine has a lot of trees with those little acorn like balls or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And I was wondering, do we try to bring it out? I'm assuming that's like in the spring. I'm not sure, but do we try to bring it out around that time of the year when it's a lot of, I know you're saying with the leaves now, but I see a lot.
We usually bring it out a few times in the spring and also in the fall.
Okay. All righty. And Mayor, I'm ready for the invoices if you are, but I think there are some other hands up.
Yeah, let me just, before we go to that, let me once again present our Park and Rec Director, Jimmy, and he'll tell you his last name.
Nice to meet everyone. I'm Jimmy Karinchik.
All righty. Yes, and that's and he will be giving his report as we go along. But we want everybody to see him and know who he is. He's the new Park and Rec Director, and he will be putting together those reports that that Mr. Perry was talking about for our youth.
Yeah.
So, anything you'd like to say, Jimmy?
Could you have him pronounce his name again, just so I have it in my head?
Pronounce your last name again, Jimmy.
Yep, it's pronounced Karinchik, like the girl's name Corinne, and then Czech. Karinchik.
Okay.
That's how I wrote it too. Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Jimmy.
Mayor, I had my hand up for a question.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. I had asked about Jeff checking into a speed bump being placed on St. Cyr Road with the understanding that it was a county street, but I did not get a follow-up. It wasn't directed to you, but now I'm directing it because I still have not received that follow-up to I'm sorry, I didn't know my video was off. To whether or not a speed bump can be placed there, right by Danford Elementary, around that area.
Under my understanding, since it's a city road or county road, I'm sorry, that they can't be put on by us. I would have to contact somebody at St. Louis County and see what they can do something about it.
Okay.
I can check on that for you.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right. Alderwoman Chapman.
Yes, good evening, Jeff. I just want to say, because I've missed the last couple of meetings, how much I appreciate the camaraderie and the service that the street department has given Ward 1. Every time we've had an issue with the citizens, and I have some cards I need to bring to you because they send them to me, and I want to give them to you guys, but I just want to commend you and the other guys for the exemplary job that you guys, and service, I shouldn't say job, because it's a service that you rendered to the citizens of Ward 1 on last year.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff, does that end your report?
Yes, it does.
All right. Now approval of invoices over 500.
Mayor?
Alderwoman Reed.
Yeah, I would like to motion to pay the bills over 500. There are two of them in the amount of $4,704.28, removing check 43329. Okay.
You're writing it in the chat.
Second.
All right, any questions?
I have a question, Mayor. I'm trying to get my hand up, but it's not going up. I apologize. Let me see. Okay, there you go. I have a
Okay.
question.
All right, what's your question?
I'd like to ask Alderwoman Reed why she would like to move bill number 43329.
Alderwoman Reed, I
There
can't,
it is.
are you muted?
I unmuted. We had already discussed and had paid former Alderman Weesey for some work he had did already at 270 and Bellefontaine, and had said that the mayor had said he only was approving 500 and we paid him over 1,200. So then this is more bills. And it's stated in our ordinances also that an alderperson cannot work for the city for a year until they have not been an alderperson for a year. And in that invoice, there are bills for his services of the Weiss Group or Weesey Group or whatever. So, and he even said on there that the mayor was only approving $500, yet it was now $702 again. So I'm not understanding what is going on and why he's working for the city. We've never had an alderperson work for the city. So, quicker than a year. But that's it.
Alderwoman Elliott.
I think I was gonna bring up the same concern. Like I think $500 may be the max that we could get, and we would have to go through a bid process, just like the former alderwoman did, who did the newsletter, and she won the bid. But I think someone may have said it was just for $1. But either way, if it was a bidding process, but other than that, as the municipal league, what's his name, Pat Kelly, indicated, that it's a liability on us if we allow someone to work and we don't have a service agreement or anything that authorizes them to do that. So I think, Mayor, with that in mind, that needs to happen in order for us to protect ourselves and us not continue to have anything billed to us after the fact. Because I did ask before the meeting, did you approve it? What was that process? I never got a response. So I tried to get as much information to make a good decision, but I did not get a response back saying, yes, the mayor approved it. He was okay to do it in advance and not after the fact and all of that. So if you could speak to that, then, that would bring some clarification around that.
So you're asking if I approve him doing the work, period? No. Alderwoman Chapman.
I need clarification. Is this work that Mr. Weezy has done in the past and we still have outstanding invoices, or is this for new work on the sign at 270 and Bellefontaine? I need clarification in looking at the paperwork.
Is that the one you're referring to? Alderwoman Elliott?
Or Reed, or anybody who can answer
Oh,
that.
I'm not sure what the work for, but I know that each time that inquiry has been made, it has been indicated that you did not pre-approve them doing it, and I don't quite understand how it gets to the point of being on approval over 500s if it's not something authorized by you to do from the beginning, so I don't normally understand that. I didn't see your signature on the document. So it did just say that approved by Mayor Pearson, but I didn't see a signature from you. And so no one should be able to walk in, give an invoice, and then make it over onto the over 500s, and you're the city's.
Well, I'd have to look back. Yeah. I have to look back over some records and see, because I don't remember back that far. the details of that situation.
It was August, is on there. It's August the 8th, and I'm thinking that everything, we tried to give a courtesy because it was people advocating, because of him extending himself and doing it, but it still was not something that was ever brought to the board, and it wasn't even understood that it was going to be a charge. It was almost expressed as if it was, a community service to the community. So, we have to be careful of someone doing the work and then billing us if you're saying that it's not authorized.
Okay.
Mayor, can I make a comment before? Yeah, because if Pat can
City
clarify.
meeting, I'll look at it.
Okay.
I mean, what? Alderman Dales, your hand's up, and I'm sorry, Alderwoman Tapman, were you finished? Were you finished?
I don't know if she can hear you. She's muted, Mayor. I'll just add, I'll call Pat tomorrow because I just wanted clarification too about the bill when I saw it. So I'll just, with Pat being on the line, I didn't know if he had the information, but and I mean his photo just came up. Pat, do you have any information? Was this already part of the job that he did in Ward 2? Do you know? Or I mean, was this something that was already done when we first paid him?
I believe this was a separate effort. And I'd like to point out too, it was stated that as a former alderman, he is ineligible to do any work for the city for a period of 12 months.
Hey.
He wasn't even an alderman for what, 3 months, 4 months?
Right. There was
The
some
reason he jumped in is that the city needed some skilled labor. And he
Yeah, but we can't avoid what our ordinances say. It is not an exception if you're only an alder person for 3 months, you can't work for 3 months. You could be an alder person for 20 years. And after a year, then you can work for the city, get billed. I mean, I saw in the invoice, this was for labor costs. Why wasn't that submitted with the original bill? So it's a lot of unknowns going on, with this invoice. So I didn't notice that it was August the 8th. I thought this something that just happened because it's just being submitted now, 5 months later now. So I don't know.
Using that logic, he should be able to tear out what he put in then.
Well, he can.
Alderwoman Tapman. Unmute
Yes,
yourself.
I'm sorry. Yes. I'm concerned that we're following protocol and not being consistent in doing that. I know Mr. Weezy did work earlier part of the year, and I think there was some apprehension in paying him for that work. And there's been other instances of work being done. We paid some, we didn't pay some. I'm concerned that we be fair and consistent all across the board because we approved to pay for services that was paid by a colleague to return her money, which that was unauthorized. But we have a citizen who done work and we're not being consistent in offering him the same courtesy. That's the only challenge I'm having with this. So if we're going to follow protocol, we need to be consistent, no matter who it is, across the board. So we pay one fee for one inappropriate action, but now we making decisions not to do it in this action. So I'm just concerned about that. And I think we need to rethink of how we do what we do and not make it convenient for some and inconvenient for others.
Man, my hand is up.
I'm finna get to you.
Okay.
Go right ahead. That's it.
And I concur with my colleague, Alderwoman Tapman. This didn't come up when we paid him the first time. And out of a courtesy, the job that he did, it would cost us thousands to get done. We're not consistent with our ordinances. we have a board president that overreaches, but no one says anything about that.
Mayor, I'm sorry, can we stay on point about the?
I am staying on Alderwoman Reed, I am staying on court. If we're gonna be consistent, we should be consistent and leave this bill in and pay Weesey for the work that he did and has done as a courtesy to our citizen and for what he has done for the citizens. When people come into our city, they see something very nice instead of it being broken down and torn down. Just being consistent on his behalf. And the work that he's done, he's probably done more than just getting back the money that he spent for the equipment. He's not even charging us for his services. This is for the equipment for our city. That's all I have to say.
Now, Alderwoman West, your hand is up, but I don't see. All right, go, whoever it is.
It is Alderwoman West. And I just want to take exception to the comments made by Alderwoman Tatman and Bales. The grant was authorized. So let's get that straight. You didn't object when I said I was going to pay for it. So that's number one. Number two, I don't know what this bill is for. I have no problem paying Mr. Weesey. But he was told before, the last time there was all of this, the questions and all of that, to bring it before the board first so that it could be approved. And I haven't looked at the bills. How much is it for? I've been away recuperating and I'm going back after this meeting to recuperate some more.
It's $702 and some change.
Okay, do we know what the work was for? Is it on there?
Yes, it's some items like from Home Depot, and then there's some labor costs just for his labor, however much he charged an hour. But it's on there. I mean,
okay, but what was the work for?
The work was for that electrical box on that sign at Bellefontaine Road and 270.
I thought we paid that already.
That's what I'm saying. We pay that.
So is that, somebody can help me. Alderwoman Tatman, I see your hand up.
Just for further clarification to my colleague, no, I didn't vote for the grant to be written or for the fee to be paid, because both of those actions were done at what I felt was an illegal meeting that I didn't attend. And for further clarification, what I was stated, and maybe I didn't state it properly, I was concerned that we returned the fee that you paid that was not proper, because no legislator should be paying for services for contractors anyway. So I just wanted to clarify that.
All right.
Mayor, can we go ahead and vote, because that motion's on the floor, it's been second, and we can go ahead and vote if someone wants to amend it.
Would you refresh me on that, on the motion?
Put my picture up here, please.
The motion,
Mayor, my hand is up.
All right.
And I hate for this to turn into an argument. However, I have told Alderwoman Tatman many times, I don't have a comprehension problem. I understood every word you said. You were not present at the meeting. You are not an attorney, and neither is the person you got the illegal term from.
Myself.
So you just need to stop using that until y'all take us to court and prove that it was an illegal meeting. And I'm gonna stop there. You and I can talk. You can call me anytime.
Thank you, dear. Answer when I call.
Okay. All right, go ahead on. Let's say we have a motion on the floor. Let's complete it. Would you refresh us on the motion so we know what we're voting for?
I'd like to motion to pay the bills over 500. There are two of them in the amount of $4,704.28, removing item 43329.
Okay, so is that, who made the second?
I
Alderwoman
made the
Avant Elliott.
second.
It is, well, let's call a roll since this is controversial.
Okay. Alderwoman Dales.
I just want to let the mayor know that I think that we see is making a comment that's in the comment. It says this was authorized by the mayor before I did the work and completed in August. The receipts were submitted at least twice. There is a process issue. Rebuild the electric service at 270 in Bellefontaine. No, you did not pay it. And I think that's coming from Michael Weezy, and I don't know, but I vote no.
Okay, call a roll, Madam Clerk.
That's my vote. I vote no, Mayor. No.
I got it. Alderwoman Avant Elliott.
Yes.
Alderman Thomas.
No.
Alderwoman West.
No.
Alderwoman Tatman. Tatman.
I'm sorry. That the motion was to pay the bills with the omission? No.
That's the comprehension process.
Okay. Alderman Carroll.
Yes.
You say yes. Alderwoman Reed.
Yes.
4 no and 3 yes, Mayor.
Okay, then. All right, moving along.
Well, Mayor, no invoices are being paid right now. So someone else will need to make a motion, right?
Okay.
Because there's two more.
Yeah, I'll make the motion. I would like to make a motion to pay all 4 bills for $5,406.76. And I will put that in the chat.
There aren't 4, hun, there's 3. Sorry, Alderwoman Dales, there's only 3.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much, Alderwoman Reed. I make a motion to pay all 3 bills for $5,406.76. I'll put that in the chat.
Okay.
I second.
All right, the moved and properly second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Mayor,
Yes.
can you do a roll call like you did before? Because this is a new motion.
Okay.
Thank
All right. Roll call.
Okay. Alderwoman West.
Yes.
Alderwoman Tatman.
Yes.
Alderwoman Reed.
No.
Alderman Carroll. You muted, Carol.
No.
Okay. Alderman Thomas.
Yes.
Alderwoman Dales.
Yes.
Alderwoman Avant Elliott.
No.
1, 2, 3. 3 no and 4 yes.
Okay, motion.
Mayor,
Yes.
can you please make sure there are no more invoices submitted that are not approved by you, like this type of work, that's extra and above, because you said you didn't approve this.
Well, I wasn't sure. I may have approved a portion of that.
Right, you supposed to approve $500 of it, but
I'm not sure. So
yeah, just so we don't go through this again, that there's more work being done in the city that's not authorized by you.
okay. All righty. Chief's report.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it. Just a couple things. On December 29th, the previous Tuesday, we had a deadly shooting on the Metro bus on Bellefontaine Road near 270. The suspect was apprehended inside the Aldi's grocery store. We were able to get warrants for murder first, no bond on that individual. And just on a side note, that individual tried to take possession of the Metro bus and tried to leave with it. However, there's a series of functions that you have to perform to actually move a Metro bus. And according to Metro bus officials, this person was able to perform these functions with the exception he didn't latch in his seatbelt. This situation could have been far, far worse. Even though a death is about as bad as it can get, but it could have been far, far worse than what had actually occurred. Just secondly, I know I talked last year a couple times during a couple different meetings that I was part of a peer committee and worked with a community group on some proposed state legislation. It was submitted on December 1st. It is House Bill number 216. It modifies provisions relating to law enforcement, and it's I would call it a first step towards improving upon some of the issues that have been hot topics in discussions amongst the community. There's 4 main points, and this is on the police department's website. I put a summary up there with a link to the House bill to the House bill itself. It addresses police officer hiring processes and conditions of employment. And it talks about screening processes, doing criminal record checks, and making police officers a part of the Missouri and National Rat Back program. It also discusses sharing amongst law enforcement agencies, especially police officers who have had prior employment at other police departments, and having access to their previous disciplinary records. The law also makes provisions for removing liability for sharing that type of information. Second, it talks about police use of force, including deadly force, when making lawful arrest, putting limitations on chokeholds, and it also includes requirements for police officers' duty to intervene and to stop the unlawful use of force by other police officers. Third, the Post Commission, which is the Peace Officers Standards and Training Commission from the state of Missouri, they are the ones that issue peace officer licenses. So to be a police officer, you have to be licensed by the state. And a problem that's existed for a long time, we're talking about officers who have done what they so politely call the muni shuffle. We have had problems getting some of these licenses into the investigative phase. If not getting in front of an administrative hearing committee to be heard for issues such as probation, suspension, and revocations. So this actually expands the role of post. It also discusses the composition of the committee, and it also puts a full-time attorney on retainer and 8 investigators to investigate license violations, whereas right now they only have 2. And the last I heard, they are backlogged over 300 investigations for license violations. And so it's a good read. I think it's a great step forward into improving policing in areas that we really desperately need it. I know for a fact that we had tried twice, I don't know, somewhere between 8 and 10 years ago, to make accreditation amongst police departments the state standard under law, and it's failed twice. So this is a movement into that direction. So I'm asking the board and our community members to support this when it does come up for a vote. And Mayor, that's all I have.
All righty, thank you. Any questions? All right, City Attorney's report.
May I have my hand up? I have a question for the chief.
All right, what's your question?
Chief, we have 2 ordinances, 2603 and 2604. Did you have time to review them?
2603
and 2604.
2604. No, I don't even have copies of them.
Okay, thank you.
Woman Reed.
Thanks, Mayor. Chief, I saw in the newsletter you had put something out about neighborhood watch, for residents to call you if they wanted to participate in, starting a neighborhood like on their block. Have you gotten any responses to that?
I've been talking about that off and on for at least the past year, and there's only been 2, maybe 3 circumstances in which that has been utilized. People don't have to call me; they can talk to any member of the police department, and we'll facilitate whatever they need. So, since you brought it up again, I am soliciting anybody that wants to sit down and have a community conversation in their neighborhood or on their block. Please call the office or talk to any police officer, and we will be happy to facilitate that for you.
Okay, so you really haven't gotten a response from the newsletter though?
No.
Okay, and I was wondering about like police assisting with like ordinances. I don't know, you could tell me, do these fall under you or is it more of a building one? Because I know there's more of you guys than there are of the building department. There's only one Joe and a half, the other guy's a half guy, I think, if he's even here anymore. But obviously you guys are out there driving around and you should be like perusing the community. So you're going to see more than he could possibly see with 2 eyes. Whereas we got more police, all day, 24 hours. So like right now, if you just look on Ashbrook, there's a burnt home on Ashbrook, and there's still like stuff all out on the front of the yard and in the driveway. Who handles that? Would that be more building? Can you hear me?
I can hear. I'm listening. I was waiting for you to finish.
Okay, so who would handle that? Building? Would
All
you?
right. So
would
the
your department?
general rule of thumb, I'm not saying that we do and we don't in specific, but general rule of thumb, if it has to do with property maintenance, structures and things of that nature, it goes to the building department. If it has to do with derelict vehicles, it definitely goes to us. And I say that only because we have access to law enforcement databases where we can run VINs and license plates and ascertain owners and whether or not the vehicle is wanted for a crime, it was used in the commission of a crime, or otherwise wanted to be held for law enforcement purposes. We do assist the building department in some of their activities only because there are situations where they need law enforcement presence with them because there is a circumstance that kind of dictates it. I know in the springtime when we have, the grass problem, people not cutting their grass, we do assist the building department with that only because the sheer volume of grass violations really exceeds the time and the people in the building department involved in trying to correct that problem. However, we do enforce violations on site. So I mean, if we're somewhere there's grass violation, we'll enforce it. We'll enforce an occupancy violation. So but when it comes down to structure problems, burnt homes, and like the situation you described, it's definitely a building department problem. If we see it on site and we're unsure whether or not it's been taken care of, we'll refer to the building department to take care of on that. So that structure itself is probably something that would need to be followed up with the building department to see what has occurred with it.
Okay, because this happened weeks before Thanksgiving. So I'm assuming that your police have seen it and they've mentioned it to the building department because obviously they're going to drive down Ashbrook more often than Joe would.
Well, it is, you said the structure was burned, correct?
Yeah, because I mean, whenever a fire happens in Bellefontaine, aren't you notified or the building department?
Yeah, so if there's a fire and there is a question of whether or not the home can be inhabitable at that point, we automatically make notification to the building inspector because especially if a structure is to the point where it can't be inhabited, it must be condemned until the proper repairs have been made. On other issues of interest, we will forward them to the building department. That in specific, I can't say for sure because I don't have anything in front of me to report to you on that.
Yeah, I mean, it's boarded up, so I'm assuming it can't be livable. But okay, so I'll let Joe know about that. 2 more, the vehicles. So just on Ashbrook, there are vehicles on Ashbrook that is covered. Can you have covered vehicles on the street? I thought you could only have a covered vehicle in your yard, on your driveway.
On an improved surface, like a concrete driveway or an asphalt driveway.
Right.
You may be correct. I'll double check on that. Is it right around your 100 block?
No, this is closer to Comet. So can you have a covered vehicle on the road, on a Bellefontaine road?
No. At first glance, I would have to say no. Right. It's probably going to be on private property only. And the thing with car covers, the license plate has to be exposed. That way we can read it from the street. It's important because people do cover unlicensed vehicles, and we can't have unlicensed vehicles in driveways or on the street either, for that matter.
Oh, I thought you could have an unlicensed vehicle covered in your driveway. Okay. So it still has to be licensed if it's in your driveway.
Correct. That's why when it comes to car covers, that's why the ordinance states the license plate has to be exposed.
Oh, it's not though.
Okay.
And it's on the road.
I'll look into it and I'll have somebody check into those. How many are there? Do you know offhand?
It's just one that I see on Ashbrook. So then there's a numerous number of vehicles that are on the yard in Bellefontaine Neighbors. And there's a couple on Ashbrook. And this is, I'm saying, on the yard as far as in front of the street or you know what, not Ashbrook, sorry, Comet. They're on the yard in front of the street. And sometimes they're on the yard 100%, like next to a driveway. Okay. We have ordinances that talk to that, right? That's a violation.
Absolutely. So a vehicle of any type has to be parked on what's called an improved surface, whether it's a rock layer surface or an asphalt surface or a concrete surface. You can't park a car in your side yard or in your front yard. However, when we do enforce that, we give people, a 5-day compliance warning. If they can't meet compliance and they haven't demonstrated any action towards making compliance, then they get a court citation. So that means something may sit there for months because it's tied up in court at that point, because we cannot tow off a private property. So we do get repeat calls. I know of one address, this person has 6 cars, they're derelict and unlicensed, but they've been cited to court so many times. I know it just went through court again, but it remains as an eyesore, and all people see is the derelict car, the broken windows, the flat tire. And beyond citing people to court for the property owner to take care of that issue, there's nothing else that we can do.
So you said it's 5 days they get to correct the problem, and then you go back out to site to go to court.
Yes, on the 6th day, we'll follow up. And if a resident says, listen, here's what I've done so far, it can show some sort of, a good faith measure that they've moved forward on it, we'll extend it. I mean, that's not a problem. If we know that they're in the process of taking care of it, there are other issues such as when the license office is open, access to resources and materials to fix cars. I get it. But that's limited too. We won't extend the grace period forever. My rule of thumb is no more than 2 weeks. Because at that point, someone has to take responsibility for it. And if the issue is not corrected, then we just cite it to court and let court handle it from there.
Okay, I know in Bissell Hills, that happens a lot. There are a ton of cars that are parked on the front yard over here. I don't know if you ever drive around Bissell Hills, because
I drive around Bissell Hills. Yeah.
Yeah, that there are a lot. So I would be amazed to see that your officers are actually citing all of these cars and none of them are moving. So I know you always tell us to come do a ride along with you. Just to be honest with you, I'm never going to do a ride along with you.
Hey, by the way, come do a ride along with us.
No, I do not want to be inside a police car. I've always been fearful of that. But, I think you guys, maybe you could do a ride along in Bissell Hills and see all of the vehicles that are parked on the grass. It is amazing. But I just wanted to make sure that was totally against our ordinances. And the last thing is boats. I see there is a boat on Ashbrook that has been on the yard for a year. It's tied to a tree and it's not on a driveway. So, and that one's near between Comet and that other street. I can't think of the name right now. Ballard, I think.
Okay. I was getting late. Alderman Elliott.
Yes, I just have a quick request, Chief. How many years of service do you have so far as chief, not prior to that?
I was appointed July 2nd, 2015.
2015. This is the report that I want to see. I'm interested. Is it possible in collaboration with the finance department or whoever to provide the start and end date of every female and every minority officers we've had? My other question is, do they do exit surveys? So when they leave, do they do an exit survey?
Yes, well, I actually have, if it's not mandatory because I can't force people to have an exit interview, but if they're willing to meet with me, I make it known, and some do, some don't. It just depends. And it's nothing personal. It just depends if someone wants to have that conversation. But I do, if the person is willing to have a conversation with me.
Like I'm more so referring to like a written exit survey that some HR departments have staff to do as they leave, that express the reason that they resigning because of whatever. Has that ever been done, like a written?
No, and you know what, I can probably draft something and put it in our policy to do it, but then again, it's voluntary only. And I always extend the offer of a conversation because I'm always curious as to why people leave. They leave for a whole host of different reasons, and the intention of that is to see, is there something we're doing wrong, or is there something that we can do better retaining people? But I can offer that as well. But again, it's voluntary. If someone wants to do it, they can. If they don't want to, I can't force it.
Right. So if I will leave it up to you, how you would want to do it, whether it's start, end date, or just a total years of experience. But I'm thinking that with the data I want to look at, that a start and end date might be more sufficient.
Finance should have all of that, but I would defer to the city attorney as to the type of information that could be in that report as well.
So I'm not talking about no names. I'm just talking about data. So it will be.
Well, when you're talking about gender and race, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
That's where you kind of get into a gray area that is or is not permissible, generally based on ethics and legality as well.
Yeah, but I'm familiar with that. But when you're talking about data that does not include a person's name, then that is not an issue. So I'm not asking for anyone's name. I want to know female, start date, end date. That's it. African American or Hispanic. They got hired this time, that time. That type of data that does not reference a person, but their gender or ethnicity over the course of the time that you've been in that role, because I'm trying to identify a pattern and what can we do to improve retention of those individuals.
Okay. Alderwoman Dales.
Move on. It's getting late, and out of courtesy for our citizens who are on the line, I'll go on. I can call the chief and ask him.
Okay. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. At the December 17th, 2020 meeting of the Board of Alderpersons, the question arose regarding the mayor's veto of bill number 2599. And I was asked to look at that issue and some research regarding it, and I have done so. And I'll keep this brief because I recognize it's getting late. The findings that I have are essentially that the Board of Alderpersons passed Bill number 2599 on November 19th, 2020. The mayor returned his objections or his veto of that bill at the December 3rd, 2020 meeting of the Board of Alderpersons, which was the next regular meeting after the bill's passage. The minutes of the December 3rd, 2020 meeting specifically state that the mayor's veto message, Bill number 2599, authorizing an agreement with Hines, Garrett, and O'Keefe PC to retain Helmut Starr as special counsel. Mayor Pearson read his signed and dated veto message to be entered into the record. Missouri Revised Statute Section 79.140 and Section 2-16 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Bellefontaine Neighbors govern the veto process. Although we found no case law specifically addressing this issue, what we did find was information in the Missouri Local Government Law Handbook. And that information specifically stated that when the mayor of a fourth-class city vetoes a bill, the governing body enters the objections of the mayor on the journal and proceeds at its convenience, and I emphasize at its convenience, to consider the question pending, which is worded by statute as follows: shall the bill pass, the objections of the mayor thereto notwithstanding, a vote of 2/3 of the council or the board members is required to override a veto of the mayor. And in that authority is cited section 77.270 and section 79.140 of the Missouri Revised Statutes. I note that pursuant to Missouri Revised Statute section 79.140 and section 2-16 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Bellefontaine Neighbors, the mayor was to return his objections in writing at the next regular meeting of the Board of Alderpersons following the passage of the ordinance, which was the December 3rd meeting. So the mayor met that requirement. Section 79.140 and the city code section 2-16 are virtually identical. While there are some differences, they're not significant differences. So they are essentially the same, or they have essentially the same language. Now, we researched to see what your process had been in the past when a bill was vetoed, and we did not find any bill that had been vetoed in the last 30 years. We found essentially 3 ordinances, and those are ordinance number 1438, ordinance number 480, and ordinance number 284, which were vetoed. The most recent one was in 1989. So we didn't find anything in the last 30 years with respect to a veto of an ordinance in the city. My position would therefore be that based on the city code as well as the state statute, the board has to proceed at its convenience to consider the question if it so desires. That would be the process if the board wants to attempt to override the mayor's veto. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, seeing none. Thank you. Let's proceed. New business. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, unfinished business. Do we have any unfinished business? If not, we will proceed to new business. Pat Barrett.
Hello again, everybody. Welcome, Alderman Perry. You talked about having opportunities for kids to do things in the city, and that's a great segue for the subject we're going to talk about now, and that is to repair our outdoor pool. This is something that we've been working on behind the scenes for a number of months now. Mike Weezy was asked to take a look at the pool and see what it would take to repair it, to bring it back into service. It has a lining on it, which is called PebbleTech. It does have a limited surface life, and it's been patched quite a number of times over it, but it's to the point where it can no longer be patched and put back into service. So Mike asked me if I would work with him to learn about pools, to be honest. He knows more about it than I do, but his specialty is electric. My specialty has been more concrete and general construction. It was a learning curve. We learned that pools are kind of a specialty thing. Like everything else, there's more to it than meets the eye. So we went down a path to learn about what is done, what is best practice, and so on. We did talk to Cheryl Thompson in the city of Florissant. They operate a number of pools. The pools that they operate do not use the PebbleTech system on there. They have their pools painted year after year. About every 3 years, they will repaint them themselves. About every 6 years, they will have a company come in, sandblast, and repaint. That's something that we considered here, although there is quite a bit of patching required before we can do that. We went out to 3 companies back in the summer and to look for options. We came up with a bid package. We talked to St. Louis County Department of Health, Erica Murphy, who is in charge of pools, and whatever we do, we cannot reopen until St. Louis County inspects our pool and authorizes it to be reopened. That was a very good 2-hour conversation we had. In late August, we did receive bids from 3 different companies. I think everybody had gotten a scan of the numbers that we generated at that time. There was Bi-State Pool. There was a combination of Bazan Painting and Westport Pool as a joint effort. There was a combination of All American Painting and Capri Pool as a joint effort. There's also other things that are not covered by a contractor that we would be needed to do in order to reopen the pool. We, of course, talked about this late last year, and it was decided that we need to go to a more formal bid process, which we did. Before we did that, as I described in my email that I believe everyone was given, we vetted the bid document or bid package, that's what I'm used to calling it, with the city attorney and also the city engineer. We made some appropriate changes. We incorporated the addenda. There were 3 addenda in our summertime bid Those were incorporated into this package and noted accordingly so that all three contractors would have some sort of a link between what they had seen earlier this year and this bid specification. As it turned out, we had only one company return a bid. I believe the mayor has got it there, sealed bid. Let me go backwards a bit. He's holding it up right there. Thank you, Mayor. The company that did return a bid, fortunately, was the lowest credible bidder on this. And so I am hoping that our numbers that we had in this new bid will be similar to what we received earlier. The code, city code does allow for that once that bid is open, that would be given to the city clerk and also to the director of Parks and Rec. You can work with the city engineer to vet those bids and then present that project as a whole, both the contractor numbers and the other associated costs that that are not contractor related, and present that to the board as a project. In talking with the city treasurer, there is a line item on the budget that was $220,000. Between $150,000 and $160,000 of that was earmarked for the pool repair, and the balance was earmarked for, I believe, the gym roof repair. It is not broken out that way in the budget. It's just a single number, $220,000. It is a great piece of infrastructure that we have. I remember as a kid going to municipal pools. It was a special thing. We did not have any that were close to us. We didn't go there that often, but I think every child in the world ought to have that opportunity. And all we have to do is fix our pool, return it to service, and provide another outlet for the kids and adults in our community. Does anybody have any questions?
Alderwoman Elliott.
Pat, I just want clarification. So the board, I believe, made a motion to resubmit the grant for next year. How does this project conflict with the grant that will be resubmitted for the fall?
I think we have to I think we need to check with the grant writer. There is a possibility that anything spent ahead of the grant might not be covered. Now we do have more than just the repairs we're talking about here. This is actually, as I said in my email, it is a subset. There are other things that we'd like to do out there, but what this is for is to get the pool reopened. And frankly, my fear is, and I think it might be shared by others, that if we wait too long to reopen this pool, it's possible it may never be reopened. It will fall by the wayside. We do have money set aside for this. We just
Okay, so anything that we submit, it'll have to be modified.
I'd have to see. I'm going to say yes to that.
All right. Alderwoman Dales.
Pat, specifically, what are you asking of the board?
Well, the first thing is so that we can work with the new Parks and Rec director, also with the city engineer, to vet the numbers that the mayor is about to show there. I believe in your packet, you got a copy of the bid package, the bid specifications. The last 3 pages would be entries provided by the contractor, and it's not straight away what the total cost would be. We'd like to take a look at that, see how it compares to the numbers that we received in the summer, and then present you a total project cost so that we all have a good idea. What we can't do really is just approve the contractor number, because doing that work will not be sufficient for St. Louis County to allow us to reopen. We want to do the whole project.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Alderwoman Dales.
I'm sorry, I'll lower my hand. I just asked the question and he did answer specifically.
Okay. So, all right,
Thank you, Pat. Thank you, Pat.
Thank you.
All right, where are we now? Do we move on? You can proceed.
Mayor, you need to open the bid.
Yes.
I know. When he tell me to open the bid, I will open it.
Mayor.
I want to hear it from Pat, not you.
Thank you, Mayor. If you would please open the bid, and then Mayor, I don't know what you have there, but they should be returning at least the last 3 pages of our bid form.
Okay. Bid packet, outdoor pool coating, $31,644. Is that, then there's some other numbers too that are not total.
Right. Yeah, pages 7, 8, and 9 should be what they have returned to you at the very least.
They did.
Okay. If we could take a look at that, certainly that will be public record, but if we could take a look at it again with the Parks Director and with the city engineer to compare it to what we received earlier, make sure that we've dotted our I's, crossed our T's, and then present it to the board in 2 weeks as part of an overall project cost.
Well, there are several, there are several numbers that they're not total.
Correct.
They're not total, so.
Correct. And there are reasons why we broke it up the way we did, in part so that we could compare. Let me state a very simplistic comparison that we made. One of the things that we did in the summer, and I can't remember if we did it here again, was to ask the painting company how many gallons of paint you're going to use. And it turned out that we, with Bazan and Westport, they had quoted 120 gallons of epoxy paint. And this is fairly expensive stuff. It's much more expensive than what a person would use on their home. Their competition only quoted 86 gallons. And that sort of difference is the thing that we look into. What is that all about? And that relates to coating thickness. And coating thickness basically translates into durability. It's things like that that this bid is complex, and why we would like to examine it further.
All right, any questions? Alderman Elliott.
What company was that one that you opened, Mayor?
It's Basin Painting, painting company.
Bazan Painting, yes.
Bazan, is that what it is?
Just spell it for me. Just spell it for me.
B-A-Z-A-N.
C-A-N. Okay. Is it just one or is some more bids?
No, just one.
That was it?
We went out to 3 people, but 3 companies, the same 3 we went out to in the summer, and only Bazan returned the bid.
Okay. Anything else?
No, sir. Thank you for listening.
Okay. All right, and so I will turn this into the city clerk tomorrow.
Thank you.
I will move down to this discussion to make Juneteenth a holiday, Alderwoman West.
Oh, no, that's okay then. Thank you, Mayor. The reason I brought this up for discussion is basically because of a comment made by Alderwoman Reed about us sending in ordinances to the attorney without first discussing it with the board. So what I propose is making Juneteenth a legal holiday in the city of Bellefontaine neighbors. So employees would get that day off paid. I really don't want to read everything that I have here because it's a little lengthy. However, I also propose that we switch out Good Friday for Juneteenth. So I am open for questions.
Alderwoman Reed.
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to know I know you said employees get paid for it. Are they already off on Good Friday and it's a paid holiday?
Yes.
Maybe city clerk can answer that. Okay, you said yes.
Okay, you can let the city clerk answer.
No, I just don't know their holidays,
Okay.
I don't get that holiday. Do you guys get Good Friday, city clerk?
I'm trying to think. When she said that, I was thinking about it.
Yes, we do. We get Good Friday.
We do? Okay, thank you, Chief.
We have 11 paid holidays, and one of them is Good Friday.
Really? Wow.
That is correct.
Wow. I wish. Okay. I know you don't want to go over everything, Alderwoman West, but are there any other, I'm going to think about the finances. Are there any other financial, impacts of making Juneteenth a holiday to the city? Is it just?
Well, we'll be switching one holiday for another.
Okay.
So, there won't be a different impact.
So it'd just be a wash.
Just a switch off.
Yes.
That's awesome. Thanks for bringing it to us first. Thanks, ma'am.
Alderwoman Dales.
Alderwoman West, I looked it up and 47 states did approve for Juneteenth to be a holiday, and Missouri was one of the state holidays. I think that's a fabulous idea. Instead of switching it out, maybe we can offer to the staff. Some companies allow staff to take Veterans Day or Good Friday But I also think that it should be a holiday. So I'm in agreement with you. So however, you know, I just think it should be an option, or we can just add it on.
Well, if we add it on.
Okay. So in our ordinance, we have a list of holidays.
Yes.
So I would, you know, maybe ask the staff, but I would just ask the board that, and you in consideration, that we add that on to the current holidays by ordinance so the staff can have it.
Well, the reason I didn't add it as a 12th holiday was because of the financial impact it would have. So
I just think it's great. I just wanted to tell you that. So I just, you know, maybe make it an option, because some family members, because of whatever their background may be, we just came up with this at an employer that I work with, and they just gave them an option: Veterans Day, Good Friday, and those were the two, but this would be an option third. So it just really.
So do you think we could poll?
Yeah, I think we should. I think we should. But I just think it's awesome. I just think it's awesome. And thank you so much. I just think it's awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Alderman Thomas.
Yes, sir. I'm in agreement with Alderwoman West. I don't think we should delete Good Friday, though. In lieu of Juneteenth, I think that we should add it on as a additional holiday. And I think, you know, we might be worried about finances right now, but another holiday and it being Juneteenth, I think we'll make it through. That's all.
No, it's up to the board. You know, it's my idea, but it's up to the board.
Yeah.
So
It's up to the board, but I think that, in my opinion, we shouldn't cancel Good Friday, though.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alderman West, are you done?
Yes, sir. I do plan to give the ordinance as I have written it to Attorney White Coleman. So I would like the board's approval to submit this to Attorney White Coleman.
I don't think you need more board approval to do that.
Okay.
Submit it.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a question, Mayor. Oh, somebody else hands up, sorry.
Go ahead. What's your question?
I think it is good for us to bring it here so something's not being written up that we're not going to pass, because she said as is. So I'm in agreement with it. It sounds like Alderwoman Dales is not. It sounds like Alderman Thomas isn't. So if a majority of us is not for it to be replaced, you know, to replace Good Friday, then we kind of need to know, you know, because if she writes it up that way now, it's not going to pass, it seems. I mean, there's more against it than for it. So maybe
point of order, I am for it. I just thought it should be an option, but it can be added. So point of order, I did not say I was not for it. At least that's what I heard her say. I am strictly for it.
No, I'm sorry.
Just
yeah,
okay.
I'm sorry. I'm saying she said as written. So how she has it written is saying that it's going to replace Good Friday. So you were saying you wanted it added. So that is different. So meaning if that bill is written, you wouldn't pass it like that. You see what I'm saying?
Not necessarily, because she said that it could be polled. So either way.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry, Mayor.
Yeah. Alderwoman West, were you submitting the your bill to the attorney to draw it up legally like?
Yes, sir, but may I make a proposal that someone make a motion to accept the ordinance replacing Good Friday?
Alderman Thomas, I know your hand was up. You good?
He's muted.
Alderwoman Elliott.
So can we just we can make a motion for the resolution to be drafted where everything is
Not a
seen
resolution.
in advance, and then you know, if we get it in advance and propose any changes, then we can kind of amend it on the day that we vote on it. So we're not voting to take it as is. Let us see the entire document ready for review, because Juneteenth is actually the 19th and you have the 18th, but it can be done without being a paid holiday. So you know, that can be further discussed. So if we celebrated it on the 18th, or actually that Saturday on the 19th, then we will be declaring it on the day that is normally celebrated. So that is my contribution to that discussion that she asked about earlier. So I would like to make a motion for the resolution for Juneteenth to be a holiday in the city, to be drafted by the attorney.
I'm sorry, Mayor, but it's not a resolution, it's an ordinance.
Oh, you're doing it as an ordinance. Okay.
As an ordinance. Yeah,
Okay.
it has to be.
Okay.
I still think we need to let the attorney look at it and draw it up.
Draft it. Yes, she's going to draft it.
Absolutely.
Yes, I'm making a motion for her to draft it. Yes.
Okay.
I'll second the attorney drafting a bill.
And I'm going to add, I move for the city attorney to draft the ordinance for Juneteenth in collaboration with Alderwoman West.
It's a bill, Alderwoman Yvonne Elliott.
You saying a bill and not an ordinance?
No, we passed it. We pass a bill into an ordinance. She drafts a bill for us. And it's if we pass it that it becomes an ordinance.
All right. Move for the city attorney to draft a bill for Juneteenth in collaboration with Alderwoman West. All right, Mayor, we already have a second. I'm almost finished. Holiday. All right. Can you see it, Mayor?
I can see it.
Okay.
I move for city attorney to draft bill for Juneteenth holiday in collaboration with Alderwoman West. Been moved and properly second. Roll call vote.
Alderwoman West.
Yes.
Alderwoman is Tapman still here?
No, she's not.
Okay. Alderwoman Reed.
Yes.
Alderman Carroll.
Yes.
Alderman Thomas.
Yes.
Alderwoman Dales.
Yes.
Alderwoman Yvonne Elliott.
Yes.
Oh, yes, Mayor.
All righty. Moving right along. The action plan to address audit recommendations. Alderwoman Elliott.
Okay, I'm putting the motion in. I'm willing to assist in whatever way I can as far as a document, but I move for the mayor to draft a plan of action to address the audit findings and provide to the board by the second general meeting in February 2021 with the following format: audit recommendation, action step to correct, start date, end date, persons responsible, and resources needed to correct those issues.
Well, I mean, I don't mean no harm, but I don't think you ought to present that without talking to me. I've already made it clear that I was going to get with the finance committee and those who would be involved in making those corrections. I told the auditors that. So what do we need? I don't need a motion. I don't need the board to direct me to do what I've already said I was going to do.
So this will be a formal document that will be a report. So as city administrator, we were just making the ordinance just indicate that we will get reports from the city administrator. And so with this being more formal, then whatever your plans are, it will just be in a written document that will be presented to the board. Whoever you work with, that part doesn't matter to get it done. It's just that will be the report that you will give next month with the plan that you're saying you're already doing.
I still say we don't need an ordinance or a resolution to direct me to do what I've already said I was going to do. We've already had one meeting, and we'll be proceeding with the next meeting pretty soon, next month. I forget the date.
Mayor, for clarification, this is not that. It is not a resolution ordinance.
Well, what is it?
It is a request. So this will be your report to the board.
I'll make the report to the board anyway. So I don't need a resolution. I don't need a formal request to do what I've already said I was going to do. Alderwoman Reed. I'm sorry, Alderwoman West. Alderman Carroll.
I second.
I've already told you that we don't need that. So let's move to the next one.
So Mayor, it's been properly seconded. Are we gonna do yays and nays?
Well, the motion was not received by the chair.
You can't do that. You can't do that, Mayor.
I can do that.
No, you can't. City Attorney, can you chime in on that? If something is properly made a motion and properly seconded,
that was not received, that was not accepted by the mayor. You did
there's no such thing, Mayor.
That is such a thing.
No, there's not. You're making things up. City Attorney, can you chime in on that?
You're making it up. So let's move forward. Go right ahead.
Attorney.
The question is whether or not the maker of the motion was recognized to make the motion.
That's not the question.
And if there was recognition, then it is proper. That's the question as I see it.
Then it was not recognized.
You called my name and I made a motion. This is on the agenda. We approved the agenda, Mayor, so it was already something that
I'm not going to.
you said Alderwoman Yvonne Elliott, and then I proceeded with the agenda item that was listed.
I'm not going to argue with you about it.
Okay, I just want to make sure that you
put it on the record that the chair said that the motion was not recognized.
It's not the motion that gets recognized, it's the person. So you gave me the floor, I made my motion according to the agenda item. It's been properly seconded. We've had the training with Pat Kelly. We're at the point of the vote.
Well, but you did not, you didn't have on here that was what you was going to do. I recognize you because you have on the agenda an action plan. And that's all. I recognize you because for that reason. I did not recognize the motion. And you can call whoever you want to call on that one.
Well, I mean, you say you respect our city attorney. She just indicated that it's been properly seconded and it is proper to proceed.
That's not what the city attorney said.
Yes, she did.
It was not recognized. It was not recognized.
City Attorney, is there any such motion as the chair not recognizing anything properly motioned and seconded?
No, as I said previously, the question is whether or not the maker of the motion was recognized to give the motion.
Okay.
That's the question.
All right, we'll move down to D.
Recognized.
We'll move down to D. D is elected officials goal setting meeting. Alderwoman Avon Elliott.
So this is you recognizing me again, Mayor.
No. I'm not recognizing you for a motion. I'm recognizing you for this topic you got on the agenda.
But Mayor,
But nothing. What is your reason for having this on the agenda?
to make a motion that, okay, so just for clarification, the board is responsible for the minutes. At this point, we have a second, we need to vote to close out our minutes and our legislative process that you have intervened on because of something you don't want, but you have asked for us to be.
That is not the case.
You have asked, listen, you've asked for us to both be in our lane, and our lane is to legislate. And we have a second on the floor. I will appreciate you honoring our legislative process to vote on it, and however it turns out, that's it. And that would be the agenda item that I had listed. I didn't change the agenda item. I just indicated a motion for it to be a part of the report as our city administrator, which is something that our ordinance says that will be done. Will you please honor our legislative process?
I'm going to honor what you got on this agenda, and it says action plan to address audit recommendation. I know about the audit recommendation, and there's no need for a motion to be made to direct me to do what I've already agreed to do. And I agreed to do that with the auditors, and so.
So then there shouldn't be a problem.
That's an overreach.
So then it shouldn't be a problem. It is a report. You will be reporting it to the board.
I'm going to make a report to the board. All right. Elected official goal setting meeting. Alderwoman Elliott. Do you want to proceed to your next topic, or do we skip that and move on?
Mayor, my hand is up.
Well, I don't see it.
Okay, well, I'm not operating the computer. So
now go right ahead.
Okay, Mayor, thank you. When you chair a meeting, you do not have the authority to not recognize a motion. And I really wish you would start doing the right thing. It would make these meetings go so much better if you would just do the right thing. I don't see what the problem is. Providing a report, I guess, once a month or whatever it is. So the motion is on the floor. It's been seconded, and now you need to call for the question. Please do that.
Let me just make this statement, and let me make it clear. You said that if I did the right thing, the meeting would go a lot smoother.
Yes.
Wait a minute. This is the first time that I've intervened on something, and here it is now, 10:03. So I didn't.
Sorry, I'm not just talking about this meeting.
No, wait just a minute now.
Yes, sir.
I just stopped talking.
Okay.
And so I'm not the reason that we are running late. We're running late because each person talked too long on that issue. And I'm saying to Alderwoman Elliott is that you do not have the right to direct me to do anything. So now,
Mayor, she and every other board member has the right and the authority to make motions, but you do not have the authority not to recognize the motion.
I do have
no,
that.
Sir, you do not.
I do have that.
No, sir. If you,
well,
when you don't like something,
West,
this is what you do.
Alderwoman West.
Yes, sir.
You are out of order. I'm trying to run this
no,
meeting.
I'm not.
And you are out of order.
No, sir, I am not.
Well, I'm telling you that you're out of order. But
No, I'm just trying to get you to do the right thing. That's all. But I'm done. I'm done.
Okay, I'm gonna do the right thing. I'm gonna carry the motion. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
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 All opposed to the motion, vote nay.
No.
All right, ayes have it.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
All right, now we're moving on, but
Yes, I move.
now wait just a second now. I'm gonna tell you, stop targeting me in these meetings because I'm trying to run a good meeting. I want to respect all of you, but you are not going to run over me. Get that straight in your heads.
Mayor,
all right, number D. Go ahead.
I'm on my motion. We can, let me see, move for the and the board can, I'm choosing to go with this because I think this is the better format to make sure that we can do this as a training or whatever. I move for the board to hold a virtual board retreat on the second Thursday in February to set annual goals and team build.
To set goals and what? And team build. Okay, I see it. Is there a second? Alderman Carroll.
I second.
All in favor, say aye.
I have a question.
Yes, I'm sorry. Let me, hold on one second. Alderwoman Dales.
And this is just a statement, and it's not to reject anything because the other people can do what they choose to do. Myself and Dinah and James, we tend to work together. And since I've been on the board, I pretty much work within my ward. Setting goals, I have already set goals. And I let my neighbors talk to me about what they want. What I don't need or may not accept is I don't need to set goals. When I run for office, there are specific things that have a need for the citizens of this city. Right now, what I do have objection to is that mostly all of my neighbors complain about the numerous meetings that have come up for this board and the long meetings that we have, because some of the questions that are asked in the meetings can be picked up and asked on the phone. Okay, so you all can do that, and I'm not objecting to that, but we cannot tell each other what to do. If we work within our neighbors, we don't have to set goals. They set them for us if we communicate with them. So you all can vote on it, have your way, but I don't need to set any goals. My neighbors are my goals, whatever their need may be.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Alderman Thomas.
Yes, is there, can I speak to the alderperson, Mayor?
Yes, please.
Alderwoman Elliott, is there an agenda that you're thinking about? Is there a format that you have and that you want to put in place? Are you the chair of this meeting? Is there going to be some other person leading this meeting?
Well, when we were meeting before having those discussions, Alderwoman Reed worked with me, but anybody can work to talk about what things we want to have on the agenda. If we want to have a speaker to come in, and whatever items we want to do, that can be a collaborative thing. So if you're interested in doing that with me, then we can work on that and present it to the board prior to that time. Because it'll be the second Thursday, so we will actually hopefully will have time to approve it the next meeting if we were to work together and have an agenda of those items. But when it's a retreat, it's not formal, so there's not a chair, but there is a facilitator. So if I'm proposing it, it might be somebody that based on their strength, they want to facilitate something. But if we have an agenda item, then we can do that, because we really need to assess each other's strengths, because we really have not really been formal enough with each other to identify those things and really work together. Just as previous Alderwoman indicated, there is a separation. She indicated only working with 2 other people, but we are a board. And so the objective is for us to get on the same page that you all attempted to do in the fall, as recommended by the Alderwoman West and the attorney, is what this year would be in that meeting. So
I had one other question, Mayor.
Yes. Oh, not to me?
No, I was
Okay. Did I answer your question?
Somewhat, but I guess maybe this next one.
Okay.
Are these goals being set for the board or the ward specific? Because as an alder person in the ward, we are to find out what's needed in our ward and then bring it to the board. And then collectively as the board, we should help each other to put those ideas forward, is the way that I look at it. So to come together as a board without an agenda or bringing any ideas or knowing what the city needs, because this sounds more like a quasi strategic planning meeting or something else other than, because I think we need to be more ward specific and then bring it, because if we come together as a board and we don't need A, B, and C over in Ward 4, well, now Ward 4 has not wasted their time, but spent a lot of time spinning wheels, helping me to get cell towers in Ward 3.
Okay, so I guess I can't answer it. Can I have the floor, Mayor, to answer his question?
Yes, you
I don't
may.
want to be here all night. I'll call you on telephone.
Okay, sound good.
All right.
Okay.
All right, where are we now? Are you done, Alderwoman Elliott?
Yes, I think all of the questions have been answered. And we were, I guess, were we at the vote or were we finished? I think we are at the vote. Yes.
What are we voting on?
The motion has been, you have to scroll up a little bit, Mayor, to see it. Where'd it go? Let me put it back in then.
When you move.
Okay, I move for the board to hold a virtual board retreat on the second Thursday in February to set an annual goals and team build.
Who made the second?
Alderman Carroll.
Carroll, I mean.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay?
Opposed.
Okay. Refer to the Planning and Zoning Commission, consideration for recommendation in establishing an entertainment overlay district. Alderman Carroll.
Yeah, I would like to move to refer to the Planning and Zoning Commission to consider and make recommendations regarding an entertainment overlay district for the city's zoning code.
Second. Oh.
Pat.
Question.
Yes, I do. I was not aware that this was going to be taken up in this meeting until I logged on to the city website today. Entertainment Overlay District. I did some Googling on that to find out what does that mean. And I was thinking that it meant something like Laclede's Landing. And as you know, Laclede's Landing is a nightlife place, right? I would like to ask, what is the purpose of this, and is there a place somewhere in the city you have this in mind to go?
Alderman Carroll.
Yes, up there at 270 and 367, I believe the mayor is working to get that developed to be like a hotel and restaurants and entertainment district. And as opposed to having 20 liquor licenses being dispersed throughout the city, that we'd be more focused with where we put those liquor licenses. So like in a residential area, that they get 2 or 3 liquor licenses. Commercial would get 4 or 5 liquor licenses, and then like this entertainment overlay district, they would get, you know, whatever it is that 5, 10, whatever liquor licenses are needed. Because right now the city's only got 10 liquor licenses, with 1 being not used. And you know, as the mayor's stated many times, that he's working on trying to get that area up there developed. And if you only have 1 liquor license, I don't see how that, just trying to help facilitate that process. So that's already in place with whatever work he's doing. So it'd be more focused with the liquor licenses, as opposed to how they are now. We have 10 liquor licenses. Whoever wants them can get them.
Okay, well, that does provide some background. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. All right. What are we doing? We waiting on it. Did we get a motion and a second on this?
May I have a question?
What's the question?
So I'd like to ask Alderman Carroll, so just to be specific. So you want the planning and zoning to consider for this entertainment district to talk about the liquor licenses before anything is developed. Am I saying that correct or no?
I believe the mayor makes periodic reports that he's speaking with someone about getting that area developed. So I believe it's in the process.
No. I'm speaking about what you're asking, not what the mayor is asking, because.
Well, what I'm asking is right there in the chat box, so you can read it.
Okay, I got you. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, go ahead on and all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposers, nay.
No.
No.
Do a roll call.
Roll call.
Alderwoman Avant Elliott.
Yes.
Alderwoman Dales.
No.
Alderman Thomas.
No.
Alderman Carroll.
Yes.
Alderwoman Reed.
Yes.
Alderwoman West.
Yes.
2 no, 4 yes and 2 no's, Mayor.
Okay, all right, let's move on. An ordinance amending chapter 3 relating to section 3 to 8 and section 325 through 25. Qualifications of application, Alderman Carroll.
Yes.
Mayor, before you move forward further, the city clerk said 5 to 2.
I said 4 to 2.
Oh, okay, thank you. Just clarifying.
No problem.
Do I have the floor, Mayor?
You have the floor.
Okay. I'd like to move to do the first and second reading of bill number 2603, an ordinance amending chapter 3 relating to section 3-8 and section 3-25 qualification of applicants.
Applicants for what?
For a liquor license.
Liquor license. Okay. Is it, let's see here. Alderwoman Dales. Alderwoman Reed.
I second it.
I was just, I'll say what I need to say on the question.
Okay, well, it's been moved and seconded. What's the question?
This ordinance, in my opinion, is illegal, unreasonable, and I want that noted for the record.
Okay. Any other discussion? Alderman Thomas.
Yes, sir. The can I speak to Alderman Carroll, please?
Yes, please.
Yes, Alderman Carroll. The research that you did to create this ordinance, was it based off of anything that's going on in Bellefontaine now? And I know the question was asked of the police chief earlier, if he was aware or if he had reviewed this ordinance, or has the city attorney reviewed this ordinance?
The city attorney's reviewed the ordinance.
Okay.
City attorney, can you speak to whether this bill is legal or illegal?
We have reviewed it for form, and I don't know of anything illegal in the bill.
All right, any further questions?
My comment.
Thomas, you when you finish?
Yeah, I'm finished.
Alderwoman Avon Elliott.
Yes, I was just, I know this may, no, it may not associate that much with the collector, but as far as the follow-up, it would involve some police activity. But I was just trying to see if any other committees had reviewed this as well. Because that would be what, public safety, kind of? Yeah, that would be public safety. But you the chair, so I know they probably haven't had a quorum. So I think I'm answering my own questions. No further questions.
Alderman Carroll. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Hold on. Yeah. You next.
I'm next. Yeah. What this bill does is bring basically the qualifications in line with the state statute. What our ordinance state is that any taxpayer or voter of the state can apply for a liquor license. And what the state statute says is that it's a voter of the county, city, village, or township or something like that. So basically all this ordinance is doing is bringing that part of the ordinance, that section of the ordinance in line with the state statute. Because I think probably what we have right now is out of compliance with the state statute. And then with section 3-8, that's just kind of keeping up with like adult oriented businesses and updating live streaming of videos as to not being able to serve alcohol in those types of establishments. So that's what this bill is actually about.
Julia, Alderwoman Reed.
Actually, he just answered my question. Thank you.
Okay. Alderwoman Dales.
Okay, I was looking at the second ordinance when I said illegal. So I do see what he's saying. I do see what he's saying in this ordinance. I was looking at the wrong one. And I understand what he's saying. I just think that we're like closing the door. The way things have changed, we have people who can work for a company in New York, but they live in the state of Missouri based on technology. So some of the things I think are good in here, but as far as where a person lives or the state that they live in, I just think that it's closing the door on the way things are done now, especially how things have changed since we're in the pandemic. So that's just my view. And it's my mistake, Alderman Carroll, that what I stated the first time.
Okay. Okay. Did you get a second to that motion?
Yes, Alderwoman Reed second his.
All right,
motion.
roll call. Call the roll.
Actually,
Alderwoman,
this is Mayor. We can just do yays and nays, and on the second read, we do roll call.
Can I get a roll call if I choose to?
Oh, well, yeah, we're gonna do it twice.
Okay, thank you.
Alderwoman West. Where is she? Okay.
I'm sorry. So
Alderwoman Reed,
Yes.
Alderman Carroll,
Yes.
Alderman Thomas,
No.
Alderwoman Dales,
No.
Alderwoman Avant Elliott.
Yes.
4 yes and 2 no, Mayor.
All right, let's move down to bill number 2604.
I thought
Man, we got to do the second
Okay.
read.
second read.
Did he call for a second reading tonight?
It's in the chat. It says do a first and second read. That's why I was saying we could just do yays and nays and go to the second read.
Okay. All right, Alderman Carroll.
Yeah, I'd like to do the second reading of bill number 2604, an ordinance amending chapter 3 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Bellefontaine Neighbors, Missouri, relating, whoops, I'm sorry, I'm reading the wrong bill. I'd like to do the second reading of bill number 2603, an ordinance amending chapter 3 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Bellefontaine Neighbors relating to section 3-8, certain acts prohibited on premises, licensed to sell at retail, intoxicating liquor, wine, or beer, and section 3-25, qualifications of applicants.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion?
Mayor, I had a question. Alderman Thomas, is there any recommendation that you have to, based on your previous experience in law enforcement, to add to that ordinance? If he's saying that it's just bringing it up to standard with the Missouri statutes, is there something that is a concern in that we can amend in order to satisfy your concern about it?
No, I was looking more at the, because in the past, our past practice has been not to conform the owners to be citizens. And for whatever reason, the past board did that. I think that if we do this, just like we didn't give Family Dollar their license, we're not gonna be giving away too many licenses.
Carol.
Okay.
The way the liquor licenses work, you have to apply to be a managing officer with the state. So if you're a corporation such as Rulers or Quick Trip or any of those bigger corporations, they're going to have employees in each of those counties, regardless of what the past board has done and what the past city has done. If that's not been in compliance, we don't need to keep up with those sloppy practices and think we're going to get a better outcome to our community.
Thank you.
So is there, I mean, with that additional information, is there any changes? Because I mean, we got to understand what we already have, knowing that we're bringing something up to compliance and, moving from there, because it can be amended. But if there's something that you can propose to amend now, then we can amend it and go from there. But if it's an amendment that is going to cause us to be out of compliance, because we're already out of compliance, not aligning to the state statute, then, it wouldn't be necessary. So, and the reason why I'm saying this is because we all have to move forward in making changes. And we're now in a position where we're forced to depend on each other, which we should have always been able to. So if you don't understand something, you want to make an amendment, instead of saying no, let's propose that amendment so then it can pass with everybody accepting it and feeling like they contributed to the part that will make it compliant or whatever. You understand?
Yeah, I understand.
Okay.
I'll continue to do my investigation into it, and then when and if I come up with an ordinance, then I'll present mine.
Okay.
All right, roll call vote.
Mayor, before you proceed, I would just like to make one suggestion. I see one word in section 1, 3-8A6. The word there is regulate, and it should be regulation. And I'd just like to note that for the record, to change that one word. Alderman Carroll, do you see where I am?
Section 1.
Section 1, 3-8A6.
Oh, by this regulation, yes, I see it.
That should be regulation.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Mayor, can I have one final question?
Right.
I'm sorry. Attorney, you did review this, like you said in the first discussion, and this is just bringing it up to code, correct? Because state statute will outweigh us, right?
I'm sorry, Alderwoman Reed. I didn't understand what you just said.
I'm sorry. You said before that you had went over this this bill prior to it being presented to us, and in your opinion, we're just coming up to code because Missouri statute outweighs us anyway, correct?
Right. All he's doing is making our code section consistent with what state law currently is.
And state law trumps us, correct?
Yes, it does.
Thank you.
To the extent that the code would be inconsistent.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Roll call vote.
Alderwoman Reed,
Yes.
Alderwoman West,
Yes.
Alderman Thomas,
No.
Alderman Carroll, Alderman Carroll,
Yes.
Alderwoman Avant Elliott,
Yes.
Alderwoman Dales.
No.
Okay. We have 4-2.
All right, motion carried.
No,
All
it
right.
failed, Mayor.
Beg your pardon?
It's a bill, so it failed. We have to have 5.
Okay, so, all right, it fails. So we move down to resolution 2021-01.
Mayor, we're on bill number 2604 still. That was 2603, what we just did. Now we're on 2604.
Okay, 2604. Thank you.
May I?
Yes, you may.
I move to do the first and second reading of bill number 2604 and the ordinance amending chapter 3 relating to a point system evaluation and suspending or revoking liquor licenses.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All right, we'll call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Alderwoman West,
Yes.
Alderwoman Avant Elliott,
Yes.
Alderwoman Dales,
No.
Alderwoman Reed,
Yes.
Alderman Carroll,
Yes.
Alderman Thomas.
No.
4-2, Mayor.
So it fails. Is
Well,
that correct?
That's just the first.
If it needs a
That-
5, if it needs 5,
That's just the first read.
That was for the first read, Mayor. That, so it
right.
passed to do the second read.
All right, do the second read.
This is the second read of Bill number 2604, an ordinance amending Chapter 3 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Bellefontaine Neighbors, Missouri, relating to a point system evaluation and suspending or revoking liquor licenses.
Is there a second?
Second.
Alderwoman Reed.
I'm
Put your
sorry.
hands up.
Yeah, I was waiting on the question. I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay. Any further discussion?
Yes. Alderman Carl, could you just kind of sum up what you're doing here and that it kind of mirrors another city's? Could you just give a summation?
Yeah, Mayor.
Go right ahead, please.
I don't know, earlier this summer, I think we got an email, I forgot who the email was from, a resident regarding liquor licenses, and they had researched it. And I think this is from St. Peter, Missouri. Basically what they have done is come up with a point system on revoking liquor licenses. So what I basically did was I copied most of their ordinances, like offenses that are taking place on the premises of the businesses with the liquor license, like if assault or something, murder, if that took place on the premises, then that business holding the liquor license would get points assessed against them. And if you get a certain amount of points, then the board could suspend your liquor license or revoke it. What I did though was I added property maintenance issues to this as well. I'm thinking more specifically about Bissell Hills, that shopping center up there, how they don't adequately maintain it. Yeah, you know, Kroger Rulers has got a liquor license, Family Dollar is trying to get a liquor license. So I also included like property maintenance issues. If you get cited for one of those, then you would also have points assessed against you for those reasons as well, to kind of hold these businesses accountable. Because I believe what the state statute says, and our ordinance also says, is to keep an orderly place. So basically what this ordinance would be doing is spelling out actually what an orderly place would be. So we would have more, it's more fair, and that businesses have an understanding of you know, what standard that we, you know, are going to hold them to. And like, you know, I think the past practice has been just whoever pays the application and pays the fee, okay, well, here's your liquor license. Well, you know, we need to increase our standards. We need to have standards in our community and just not let, okay, here, go ahead and take it. And you know, that you know, we have to maintain our homes, or we get fined, and you know, the same thing with these businesses and stuff like that. You know, you have to maintain your property in a certain standard in order to keep, you know, a liquor license.
I guess my question is, like, when it comes to Bissell Hills though, Kroger owns it. So
right.
who would get cited? Would it be the renter, like a Family Dollar or Grace Hair, or would it be Kroger? Mayor.
Yeah.
City attorney, I asked that of the city attorney at the last board meeting. And from my understanding, and you know, she can chime in as well, it's the owner of the premises that's responsible for the upkeep of the property. So like if Family Dollar, you know, there was that mattress up at Family Dollar for however many weeks and stuff like that. Family Dollar wouldn't be the one cited. It would be the Rulers or the Kroger Corporation who would be cited. Is that correct, city attorney?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Attorney White Coleman, you did review this one too, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and then your suggestion, it is fair and legal, from your legality standpoint? 'Cause there hasn't been anything against St. Peter's ordinance, right?
No, not to my understanding. This is based pretty much on what St. Peter's is doing.
Right.
And we looked to see if there had been any challenges, and there had not been.
Awesome. Yeah, and actually, former Alderman Weesey is the one that sent that to us, Alderman Carroll.
And you're absolutely correct.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Alderman Thomas.
I have one other question.
Oh, I'm sorry. What's your question? I didn't see.
No, it says in here, so I guess this is part 4, subsection 3 or 4. The board, if the board of all the persons determines by preponderance of the evidence, is there some training that the board is going to get to be able to evaluate what is a preponderance of evidence, or what sets the rule? Are we becoming a liquor commission, to which we are anyway, but are by giving points? And then I guess my other question is the incident reports from the police department. And I go back, the chief says that he wasn't aware of this, that we would be using the police reports based on decisions to give the points and understand the point system. Is that something that you can expound on, Alderman Carroll?
Right ahead, sir.
So could you restate your first question again, so I'll take
Are we going to receive training?
I believe that the thing of it, we have the attorney here, so there wouldn't be any need for training. The preponderance of an evidence would be like a citation that was issued, or that would be the preponderance of the evidence.
Okay.
So, and then, like I said, the board also acts in a quasi judicial function too. Not only do we have legislative functions, which are our main and predominant functions that we exercise, and we also have administrative functions. To me, this would be kind of like an administrative function, as to, we determine whether you get the liquor license anyway in the first place. Like I said, the practice has been, if you come and pay the fee in the application, well, here you go have a liquor license. And we need to stop that kind of practice and quit being sloppy about things, and actually having standards in our community and saying, no, you can't do this. And this is kind of what this, so to your first question, the preponderance of the evidence would be, any citation that's written by the building department or the police department. And then, with the city attorney would be present at those meetings to revoke those liquor licenses or suspend them to provide legal guidance.
And if I could just chime in, also, essentially, really all that means preponderance of the evidence is that more likely than not, a violation was committed. That's what that means.
And then what was your second question?
It's okay, thank you.
Seeing no other hands up, Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Alderman Thomas.
No.
Alderwoman Reed.
Yeah.
Alderwoman Dales.
No.
Alderwoman Avant Elliott.
Yes.
Alderman Carroll.
Yes.
Alderwoman West.
Yes.
It's a vote of 4-2, Mayor, so I guess it failed.
Fails, yes. All right, let's move to move down to the next one. what is it? H, let's see.
Resolution.
Yeah, resolution H. James Carroll. I'm sorry. Alderman Carroll.
You're muted, Carol.
I'm sorry. I move to adopt resolution number 2021-01, a resolution establishing the City of Bellefontaine Neighbors support to secure grant writing services and apply for the STP grant for Shepley Road.
Is there a second? Oh, I'm sorry. Alderwoman West. I'm sorry, I missed you.
That's okay. I second.
All right, any further discussion?
He had his hand up first, and I have a question.
What's your question?
Alderman Carroll, is it a specific person that you're referring to, or will this person be chosen by the mayor? Or the organization?
Alderman Carroll.
It would be to go through the normal bidding process, whatever that is. I mean, it would be up to the mayor. Whatever the ordinance is, he's the purchasing director. So if it's just getting, I don't know how much the grant writing services would cost. I would expect there be anywhere from $5,000 to $7,000 to write this grant. So with that, I think the mayor would have to work with or ask 3 companies to get quotes on, I think it's their letterhead, between $2,500 and $10,000 or $5,000 and $10,000. The mayor has to get quotes on the company's letterhead and then present that to the board.
Mayor, may I ask our new Parks Director a question, please?
Sure. No, we're not, this bridge don't have anything to do, the street doesn't have anything to do with Park and the Rec.
I understand that, but he also has, Jimmy, I just have a question. Would you be able to write this grant?
Regarding what this has to do with the grant for Shepley, I'm not too familiar with what is going on with that. I would prefer to stick with the grants for the Parks and Rec Department if possible.
Thank you. All right. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Mayor, I got one final.
What's your final?
I'm making another motion. I would like to move to postpone adopting this resolution until the January 1st, 2021 BOA meeting. And the reason why I'd like to do that is because I spoke with the East-West Gateway Council. I'm sorry, January 21st, 2021. I spoke with the East-West Gateway Council, and this grant isn't where they provide the money up front to the city. The city has to do the work and pay for the work themselves, and then submit those invoices to the East-West Gateway Council. So I'd like to postpone any decision making until we actually talk to the city treasurer about how we could go about doing that.
All right, so you withdrawing the motion?
No, I'm just moving to postpone it until the January 21st meeting.
Okay, thank you. All right, that brings us to the mayor's report.
Mayor, we need to vote on that.
Mayor.
Yes.
I think you were proper that he needs to withdraw his first motion, and then and he can maybe withdraw it and include the placement on the next one.
You want to, so you want me to withdraw it?
Withdraw from your first motion.
Well, we can't do that because we've already discussed it. So the board's either got to vote no on it or vote on this postponement.
For clarification, why did you want to postpone? Is there something that
So we could talk to the city treasurer to see if, because like I said, we have to, the East-West Gateway Council does not give the money to the city up front. So the city would have to pay for the work and then submit those invoices to the East-West Gateway Council for reimbursement. So like if we were awarded a $2 million grant, we would have to, we would have to pay for that work, initially pay for that work, and then we would get reimbursed up to $2 million back from that grant. So I want to have the city treasurer involved in that conversation as to how the city could make that work.
Okay, I move to amend the motion to add to the next board meeting on January 21st.
What?
I move to amend your first motion that was seconded and to add to the next meeting on January 1st. So the language is all of your motion will then say at the next meeting on January 1st. So you are asking for the approval. You asking for the adoption, but that adoption is going to take place at the next board meeting.
Okay.
Because we can't create a whole new motion. We got to amend your motion.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, so I move to amend the motion and add at the next board meeting on the 21st.
And you're putting that in the chat. Okay.
Let me just share with you all that grant is the bid for that grant is open now. So we wait till it close, and we have to wait till it comes back up again.
Mayor, can I have a point? Can I get a point of information? I know Alderman Carroll haven't been here since we've had grants, but we always pre-fund our grants and submit reimbursement and get reimbursement checks. Since I've been here, the two that we've had, we have to put the money out first and then it's reimbursed. So if it's 2 million, we are going to have to spend 2 million, but then the 1.8 will be reimbursed. Like when we just did, but Ashbrook, it was a year later when we finally got that last check. It was like 400-some thousand, but we have to show the expense and be reimbursed. That's how all of them go. They don't pre-fund you.
That's correct.
Yes,
Alderman Carr.
Then if you're fine with that, doing it that way, then I just wanted to make sure, I don't know the particulars of where that $2 million would come from. So if you are fine with how it's been done and the process to that, then I'm fine with just voting on it right now then.
Yeah, it comes out of your capital fund.
Yeah, I would like to say that I was fine with your first motion.
Well,
This got convoluted now.
Yeah, because that's just how it is.
Right. Yeah. I know about the reimbursement on the thing. We have to put the money up. Alderwoman West. Alderwoman West. Alderwoman West.
Don't you dare. Don't you dare.
No, before you start talking, I just want you to know that I want you to make me happy about whatever you're getting ready to say.
He's gonna make you happy. You never allow me to ask the questions. So what I want to know about the Shepley project is, are you planning on putting sidewalks in, or what are your plans? That's all I want to know, because depending on what you're gonna do, we may have to move telephone poles, street lights. We may have to go into people's property. Some may be an easement, but that's why I always wanted to ask, and you always cut me off. Now,
Well, I sure didn't cut you off that time.
No, you didn't.
May I have my hand up?
Oh, I'm sorry. Alderman Dales, go right ahead.
Okay, I think the treasurer just stated that we had $3 million we had maybe $4 million. I may be wrong, but I'm just saying, as long, so we don't have to go into our reserves. So, we're down and we're not getting as much money as we used to.
All right.
So I think it should be talked over with the treasurer.
Yes,
so we won't go into our reserves.
I totally agree with that. It would be talked over with the treasurer. Alderman Carroll.
So what do you want to do? Do you want to vote on this tonight, or do you want to wait till the next meeting?
Well, I would prefer that we vote on on what you have here, the first resolution.
Okay.
Because time is of the essence right now, and what we're trying to do in addition, the additional information that come about is not going to make much difference.
Okay. So
other than delay it.
Mayor,
I'm sorry. Can I say I got one more thing, Alderwoman Reed? And then to Alderwoman West's point, I think what is decided is what we can afford. It's not like we're going to go in there and rip everything up and put sidewalks and everything like that. I think that's up to what we decide and what we can afford, not so much as this is what we want. I don't think it would be a good idea to widen that bridge, because I think that bridge kind of slows traffic down. So I wouldn't want to redo the bridge or anything like that to kind of narrow that kind of
the bridge
down.
The bridge needs to be redone. It's coming to the end of its life.
Right.
So, and it needs to be widened. You are absolutely correct. Alderwoman Reed.
Yeah, Mayor, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Alderman Carroll. Just a point of information. I did say we have to spend the $2 million, but Alderwoman Dales, I think we've always, as you spend, you submit. So it's not like we have to spend whole $2 million and get, things don't happen all at once. So as we spend, we submit and get our reimbursement. So even though you say, do we have it all right now? It'll kind of trickle, it wouldn't get all paid up front. No one in construction gets paid 100% up front.
All right. Are we ready to go back to the original motion?
Yeah.
Yes, none of the other ones got second. So we can go on back.
And we can just vote.
And we're ready to vote, Mayor.
Right. Okay.
Just to clarify, we're adopting resolution number 2021-01, a resolution establishing the City of Bellefontaine Neighbors support to secure grant writing services and apply for the STP grant for Shepley Road. That's what we're voting on right now.
That's what we're voting on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there a second? Who seconded?
We have to vote.
Alderwoman West second.
Okay, call a roll quick.
Alderwoman West. I didn't hear you.
Or yes.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Alderwoman Reed.
Yes.
Alderman Carroll.
Yes.
Alderman Thomas.
Yes.
Alderwoman Dales.
Yes.
Alderwoman Avant Elliott.
Yes.
I was quick and they all said yes, Mayor.
Thank you very much. And thank you all for doing that. You done good in the end there. You done good.
You done good.
All right. So listen, it's 2 minutes to 11. And so what I'm going to do, and we still got 23 residents on, I'm going to have the 3-minute comments from the residents, and then I hope that we can get a motion to close the meeting for tonight.
We have 4 residents on.
Huh?
We have 4 residents on here. 1, 2, 3.
Well, mine said 23.
Well, that's with everybody.
That's what it is.
Well, I understand that. Okay, then. Well, all right. Very good. The meeting's turned over to the public. Is there anyone who want to make a final comment for tonight?
This is Anthony Green. I just want to revisit the whole thing I said in the beginning. if the treasurer does not have the financials prepared by January 31st of this year, in that resolution in the Missouri statute law I had, he would be guilty of a Class A misdemeanor. So I just want you to be aware. I'm sorry, if he doesn't have it ready. Excuse me. If he does not, if y'all start paying bills and the financials are not prepared by the semi-annuals are not prepared by January 31st, he would be guilty of a misdemeanor if that happened. And again, those should be ready by the end of this month. So I don't know if he's in this meeting. I will forward this information to the office and to his attention, certified mail, to make sure we're all clear that I would love to see the financials for the December 31st, 2020 period. The other thing is I'm concerned that a lot of the board is leaning on the city attorney to determine the legalities of stuff. But when we had the Sunshine Law issues with the allegedly illegal meeting, we could not defer to her because allegedly she was independent of the city attorney. I think it's hypocritical to make your talking points using the city attorney, leaning heavily on her on matters of Missouri statute legality. But then when it came to the Sunshine Law, no, we must hire the O'Keefe law firm to do that. I think that is intellectually dishonest. I think it's obvious, and I want to be on record, even though you don't record the public comments, that I've watched Carol do this, I watched Reed do this, and lean on the legality of it for parliamentary procedure and legalities in terms of state law, trumping versus local law, all of this. But then when it came to something that they were more invested in, all of a sudden, this same city attorney cannot be justifiably relied on. We're watching. Thank you very much.
All right, anyone else? Thank you. Anyone else? All righty, then we'll bring it back to the board, and Alderwoman Avon Elliott, would you conjure up a motion to adjourn the meeting?
You saying without the alderman report?
Well, if you can make it quick.
Well, I hope that everybody can make it quick.
Okay.
Because we've had a lot of them miss, so it may be something.
Okay, well, go right ahead.
Okay, Alderwoman Avon Elliott, go ahead.
Oh, I just want to let everyone know that next month I'll be getting sworn in as the board member for the Community Action Agency. So I will like for you all to attend if you would like to. I will be working with the wards to share information about poverty and the resources that they give. So I'm pretty much able to sit on the board as a public sector because I'm an elected official. They have different categories on that board. So I look forward to sharing more about poverty and sharing the resources that they have to offer so we can help our citizens with all the needs that they have. And I just wanted to congratulate all of the individuals in our local area and the state that was sworn in this week. That concludes my report.
Okay, Alderman Thomas. You're muted.
Oh, like to thank everyone, and I'd like to thank Mr. Perry on his upcoming appointment. Look forward to working with him in the 3rd Ward. Happy New Year. And that's about it for right now.
Okay, Alderwoman Reed.
I just wanted to make sure that we had down, I guess I wanted to make a motion or whatever to have a Ways and Means Standing Committee meeting on next Thursday at 7:30 to 8:30. So we can discuss stuff. It was already motioned before that we would have that Thursday now for standing committee meetings.
Go ahead and call the next person.
Okay, Alderwoman West.
Oh, okay, thank you. I just wanted to welcome Mr. Perry on board. We have a lot of work to do in this city, and we spend so much time bickering on little insignificant things. So, you know, welcome aboard. You got a lot of work ahead. That's all I gotta say.
Alderman Carroll. Carol. Okay,
Report. No report.
okay. Alderwoman Dales.
Congratulations, Alderman Perry. I'm happy to have you on board. I'm sure you and James are going to work really well together in Ward 3. If anybody's interested, we're working on the Juneteenth celebration, which would have been the Black History celebration, but we moved it to Juneteenth. Anyone interested is more than welcome to work with the committee, and just send me an email out and say you're interested, and we'll send you the Zoom link. And that's the end of my report.
Okay, Mayor, that's the end.
All righty. Thank you all. And if I would say a final word, it would be based upon what happened yesterday in the National Federal Capital. Let's pray for our city, pray for our state, and pray for our country. Freedom ain't free. You have to always fight for what you got, and in order to keep it. Everybody have a good night. Alderwoman Elliott.
Oh,
Let me hear you.
all right. Wait a minute, Mayor. There, unless we're gonna have another meeting, there is some personnel things that we need to address. So if we can make it quick, I move for the board to go into closed session per section hiring, firing, discipline, and promoting employees, section 610.021-3. And we would need for the first half of that meeting, the chief of police to attend. And then I believe the city clerk has information to present as well, and maybe you as well. So if we can do that quickly, then we can get done and go to bed.
But the chief is not on here now.
Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead. Get whose hand is that? Alderman Carroll.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Oh, I'm sorry. It's supposed to be a roll call for closed session. I'm sorry.
Roll call.
Alderwoman West.
Yes.
Alderwoman Reed. Is she here? Oh,
Yeah, she here, yeah.
okay. Alderman Carroll.
Yes.
Alderman Thomas.
Yes.
Alderwoman Dales.
Yes.
Alderwoman Yvonne Elliott.
Yes.
Okay. So we're gonna stay on this one so we don't have to sign out and come back in.
Thank you all who are still in attendance. You can exit the meeting at this time. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, everybody. All righty.
So I'm trying to see, we gotta wait on everybody to click off.
Mayor, can Alderman Perry stay on?
Nope.
Even though he has to be sworn in?
No.
Okay.
Alderman Perry is sleeping. I see it in his eyes. Yeah, he'll have enough of these.
Yes, he will.
All right. So good night,
I'm
everybody.
still removing people.
Okay.
People can remove them. Who is this?
You all can, yeah, they can remove themselves.
But they're not.
This is quick. Okay.
Look at you, friend.
Okay.
I'm learning.
Did you remove me too?
You there? Who is
Amy, you
telephone
can go
number
ahead and leave.
707-0046? Who is that?
Not one of us.
Okay, well, I'll remove them. Okay, there we go.
All right.
All right. I moved to open the closed session.
Alderman Carroll, second.
Second.
Roll call.
Okay, I was right. Alderwoman West.
Present.
Alderwoman Reed.
Present.
Alderman Carroll.
Present.
Alderman Thomas.
Present.
Alderwoman Dales.
Present.
Alderwoman Yvonne Elliott.
Present.
Who's the flowers down here?
That's right.
Who's what?
Here's the flowers.
I don't know what she said.
They talking.
You ready?
I'm ready. Let's go.
Okay, Mayor, quickly, the officer, we never had a closed session to disclose who the officer was in the incident. And I'm hearing that we may have a lawsuit. So if you could speak to any of that, since we're in closed session, then we can kind of talk about that.
Wait a minute, who's that?
He has to be.
We have another person on named Gerald.
Yeah, she sees him. She had to exit him out.
Mayor, wouldn't that be for the chief to talk about?
It would be for the chief, but I can, I mean, I can confirm that there will be, or there are, I know at least one lawsuit that just came in, a letter came in this week. So I don't know the status of it because nothing has,
Mayor?
we have our attorney on, she can explain.
Mayor, the chief asked me about this today, and we went on CaseNet and pulled the lawsuit. There is a wrongful death lawsuit that was filed on January 5th by the minor daughters of Officer Turner. That is one lawsuit. However, there's a possibility that there will be another one based on that same incident, because the chief got a letter from another law firm asking the city to preserve certain evidence. So there is currently one pending and possibly another coming. The city also got a notice of possible lawsuit from the law offices of Roderick White. This notice was filed on behalf of a Deborah Wilson regarding a separate incident involving Officer Rayford, and that incident occurred on December 1st. We have not yet found a lawsuit related to that matter, but it's apparently coming. So that's what there is thus far.
Okay.
Mayor, for clarification, so Rayford was involved in both of these cases that she's referring to.
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. And is he still going through that process of due process or whatever he has to go to?
Yeah, he's still off.
Okay, he's on administrative leave.
Administrative leave, yes.
Okay, thank you. I think the other thing was Fran. What, Fran?
I'm here.
Okay.
Miranda, before you go to Fran, Mayor, are you at liberty to say what the lawsuits are about?
Well, one was about the death of the police officer in Moline Acres, Herschel Turner.
Right.
His daughters are filing suit, two of them.
And Backstoppers is gonna take care of them, and I donated money. I want my money back.
All right.
The second one, Alderwoman West, would be for personal injuries sustained by Miss Wilson from the accident that occurred on December 1st.
Okay.
That's what's indicated in the letter from her attorney.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Let me share with you that Jeff Ross and Mark Sanders switched position. They came in office and they wanted to switch position. Mark Sanders came first.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And for, because he's not he's not able to operate the computers and stuff. And so he asked to be relieved from that. And so we made a switch between him and Jeff Ross. Jeff Ross will take his pay and Mark will take Jeff's pay as his assistant.
I have a couple of questions, Mayor. I'm sorry, attorney. I'm going backwards because I had a question before the attorney. The Roderick White one. I thought the accident happened on December 1st. Was she another car? The other.
There were two separate accidents.
Oh, on that same day, same time, or?
One occurred on December 1st. The one involving Miss Wilson occurred before the one involving Officer Turner.
So it was just on the same day, though?
No, they were on different days. The one involving Miss Wilson occurred on December 1st, according to her attorney. The one involving Officer Turner occurred on December 5th. So they're two different accidents.
Oh, okay. Okay. I'm sorry. Thank you. I guess I had my days wrong. I thought that was on the 1st too. Okay. Thank you. Mayor.
Yes.
We actually approved department heads, kind of like what we just did with Parks and Rec. And I understand that Mark wants to be relieved, for whatever reasons, but that would actually have to come to us to actually approve Jeff Ross as the department head, because now he's one of our 4 department heads.
Right.
No,
so you're correct. I'm just sharing it with you now before we go to a public board meeting for you guys to confirm it, yes.
And I'm not sure if we really have to, if he's relinquishing himself, do we really have to, put that out for, post it?
No, I think you can make promotions and things in-house. All of that doesn't have to be posted.
I'm sorry. Remember when Jeff was promoted, it was in-house. I can't remember if we voted on it or not. I think we did.
Yeah, but I've never seen us promote to a department head without listing. But again, chief was already in place. We listed for city clerk. We listed for Parks and Rec. This is a department head, so they're a little different. Then that's all I'm saying.
They listed for chief. I remember when they put out a search for him, right, because there were three candidates or something like that, and they selected. He was from the city, and then 2 others were not from the city. I think.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. I believe for the department head, but I don't know.
So if I can add, Mayor, if you can have Fran to post the position immediately tomorrow, because the job descriptions are already done. So if it's posted tomorrow, I don't know if the attorney knows. I know I can't remember the length of days that
7 or 14.
7 or 14 days that's required to give everyone opportunity, because we do not want any personnel lawsuits for people saying they didn't have an opportunity to apply. So regardless of your recommendation, we would have extended it appropriately for that reason. So if it can be posted tomorrow, and if Fran, I think I gave Fran all the job descriptions, so we should have the one to post specifically.
Attorney Coleman, it's legal to promote within.
Yeah,
I know organizations do that all the time.
We government though.
I'm talking about government organizations promote within as well. Is that correct or not?
It is legal to promote from within, but what I'm trying to understand is what your practice has been.
Right. We've always, posted it, especially for department heads. People get promoted into positions, with that pay scale, going up, or, chief promotes from regular patrol officer to sergeant, stuff like that. But I haven't seen where we have promoted to a department head without filing.
So your practice has been to post the position before you would promote someone from within to allow other people the opportunity to interview before you actually hire the person if you wanted to hire from within.
Yes. And the other thing, go ahead.
Then that being the case, then city clerk post it tomorrow.
I will get it posted tomorrow.
I just want to make this additional point because he is going to be considered a new director. His salary may not be the same, so that's going to be another issue because he doesn't get to start on somebody else's scale. Their scale is their scale because of their years of experience. So we're going to have to say, what's the first scale for director? And if you wanted to make a recommendation to the board that he gets more, we have to approve that too. So
Right.
if you think about that, then that can all be kind of together and it'll work out well, because I do agree that he's often the leader and articulating everything anyway. And I think that's a fair switch, and I'll look forward to him being there. So for us to properly follow the process, then that would be necessary.
And also when we hired the city clerk, we didn't go into, we didn't do testing or anything. She just started with Denny's salary. So we already know what Jeff's background is. He has been doing all the work.
No, the difference, this one don't have a scale. Denny, the city clerk, right, and the what is that called? Street. They don't have a scale. We only did a scale for that park and rec. That's it. Chief don't have a scale. So yeah.
Okay, so he should be started out with what I mean, they're basically just switching.
Yeah, if we don't change it before putting somebody in that position, he gets the salary that's in that position.
Okay.
Because it's only one salary.
Craig, and what we went through with that. So that should resolve the issues right there.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for your wise counsel.
So the posting should just go to the website, right?
Yes.
Just on our website. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So can I go now?
Yes.
Okay. I wanted to, as everyone know, we had an opening in the administration department for a part-time clerk because our prosecutor clerk resigned. So I'm asking permission to promote from within from the rec center. Her last name is Walker McGahee Doris. She works in a rec center. She's interested in being the prosecutor clerk. So she's already on part-time at $9 something an hour. So she would be coming, if you guys agree, she would come to City Hall and work as the prosecutor clerk at $13.54, I believe, an hour, because that's the starting salary. That's the step one salary of that position. So she's interested, and I'm asking permission to bring her over. And if so, she would start Monday.
I think that job should be posted. And also we need to speak with, they have individuals that work for the courts because that's a skilled position. And I wanted to talk to the board about the problem that we had with the last lady, she was a prosecutor. She was the clerk for an hour. She answered the phone for an hour. Then she worked in the building department for an hour. And right now we're backed up.
Well, she didn't work an hour. Let me kind of clear that up. She didn't do that for an hour here and an hour there and an hour there. But I've already thought about that as well, because I think that is a lot for one person to be doing all three of those positions. So I've already talked to her about just doing prosecutor work, and then she will back up the front desk. Simi has a lot of time on her hands, so she's going to back up the building. So the person that comes into the prosecutor's office now will only be doing prosecutor and backing the front desk when Simi go to lunch.
I still think with that being a skilled position that we need to put it out and have people apply for that position.
Okay.
And also when she was applying for something else, she did not meet, we need to put that out and see what's offered through the courts. The courts have individuals that are looking for jobs, and they are skilled individuals before we take on this individual. I think we should have more candidates to see what they offer.
Just for clarification, Fran, wasn't that position posted?
That's what I thought.
Yeah, the position been posted.
It was posted, but only on the website.
Right.
That's all.
That's all that's required.
Well, no, we need to put it out more because there are more skilled people, and we should interview other individuals who are more skilled in this position.
But have you seen her resume? I mean,
she sent us her resume when she applied for what did she apply for?
It was for a part-time position. It was for the building department.
Right, she applied for that. And right now we have individuals that work within the courts that are more versed, and they should be able to apply for that position.
They were.
But we saying that is on the website. It's been on the website.
Okay, well, it may be on the website, but I think it should be interviewed by other candidates instead of promoting from within. More individuals that have skills.
I have a question real fast.
I think
from the
Earl got
city.
his hand up.
Oh, okay.
Mine's up.
Okay.
Yeah.
And also I think because our administrator, the courts administrator, is more skilled in that area, because we are going to show me courts, and they do need to be really, really proficient with computers, that he should be the judge, and the court administrator should also do the interviewing, because
the judge and the courts can't have anything to do. That has to be separated. You cannot.
Okay, that's fine. Well, we can have a company interview her, because she would have that company. We could tell them what we need, because we're going to a different system with the court, the show me courts, and these individuals need to have these skills, and they can interview the lady that works over there, but we need to have multiple candidates so we can have the correct person to do the job. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying is give someone else with the skills, along with the lady who works for us, an opportunity, and let's pick the best candidate for the job.
Mayor, I have a question.
Go right ahead.
Fran, it's already been listed. You only got one applicant, or did you get more than one? Is this just the one that you want, or was there more than one?
No one applied.
Okay, right. That's what I'm saying. But if this is a $13.54 job, I don't think it's that skilled. Don't they get training?
And it's part-time.
It's part-time, and you get training, right?
I still think.
Excuse me, but my hand has been raised like forever.
What's wrong with trying to find someone who's skilled in that area?
But that's the same thing we did for Parks and Rec. We only listed Parks and Rec on our website. That was, and he applied.
What's wrong with asking
Mayor wouldn't
the courts?
pay for a Park and Rec guy to go out.
Let me interrupt you guys. I mean, you all are going at it real good, and that's good. But Alderman West want to get a piece of it.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. And I can't read it, but I put a motion. Can you read it for me, please?
Doris, Attorney Clerk. I'll second.
I do not agree with that. Miss Doris, but she has personnel problems, Alderwoman West.
But
we should get the right people with the right skills. We should at least ask the courts to give us some other applications of individuals that are skilled in that area. There was a reason why she was not hired. Right now we're hiring because it's personal. I want to hire somebody because it's professional.
This lady.
Okay, so yes,
that's all I'm asking. That's all I'm asking.
But I made the motion. It's been seconded.
Well, Mayor, it's definitely up to you.
No,
You're the one to do the hiring.
Excuse me. Now, Alderwoman West, you've been doing all right. You've been doing all right. Now, you done made a motion on the second that I ain't even heard. No, I ain't recognize that. I ain't even know you had made one.
And and the mayor is the only person that can hire and fire. We don't make motions for that.
Oh, well, we just made one.
Well, Mayor, it's totally up to you. So, okay, because if we get the wrong person that can't do the job, we can always, you know what? Who says she may be the best applicant? But at least there's some other individuals that are skilled.
But it's been posted. It's been
right. Mayor, would you make the decision? Because I did talk to the clerks. I did talk to those in the courts, and they do have some college students who are going to school for this position that should have an opportunity to apply
an hour. Yeah, went on $13.54 an hour. But Mayor, can we just go ahead and vote because we be laboring this one?
Well, what's going on? Alderwoman Carol.
Do we need to approve this, or who approves it? Board or the mayor?
The mayor is the only person that can hire and fire.
I'm asking the mayor. Who do we approve? Who needs to approve it? The mayor or the board?
Well,
Fran, city attorney, mayor.
The mayor makes the recommendation with board approval.
So then what are you recommending?
I don't even know. I don't know either. What are we talking about here? Y'all been
come on now. Come on, Mayor.
And then you debate for 10, 15 minutes, and I said the mayor make the decision.
Fran said she wants to take the Doris McGehee, who's in the Parks Department, as the receptionist over there, and have her to be the prosecuting attorney's clerk part-time.
And I asked her to
I'm gonna recognize you. Just are you finished?
So that's what Fran wants to do. So are you going to make the recommendation to do that?
I want to hear what Alderwoman Dale's got to say first.
We've been hearing from Alderwoman Dale. Keeps talking about the same thing over and over.
Mayor, I would like for you to review other applicants from the courts, interview them, and you make the decision. That's all I'm asking.
Okay, so
Mayor, this has nothing to do with the courts. It's a separate issue. The courts, we have nothing. The courts and the prosecuting clerk are two separate entities. We passed an ordinance about that at the beginning of the summer. So I don't know what you keep talking about going to the courts and getting these applicants for when it's two totally separate functions.
Because Alderman Carroll, because they have individuals who go to school specifically for these type of jobs, and they should be given an opportunity to interview. A lot of them probably don't even know about it. I will call the schools and let them know that we have a position open.
Listen.
All I'm asking is to give an opportunity for someone else to interview. Just make the system fair. That's all I'm asking.
Nobody's going to go to school for a $13 an hour job.
But that's what you think. But there are other people who
There's
want
nobody
to work
going
in
to
that
go
position.
get a bachelor's degree
Not my
for a
son.
$13 an hour job. I'm just letting you know. So,
Well, you know what?
Mayor,
Mayor,
I
what you
think
make
I'm
this,
so-
it's the
I-
mayor's decision.
That's what I'm saying. Mayor, are you going to do this or not? So we can move on.
I try to stay out of the court's business.
Well, you gotta either.
But we just discussed Jeff going into a department head position. When he was promoted from within, there was no problem. There should be no problem. I've made a motion.
Oh, I didn't know you had made, come on with the motion.
It's not about a motion, it's your decision. You do the interviewing, and it's the mayor does the hiring and firing, not the board. This is for an internal administrative assistant job. The mayor makes the decision.
Okay, so we're gonna end this. What's your motion? Because I really didn't hear it for real.
It's
Would
right
you
there.
read it again?
She moves to promote Doris McGehee as the part-time prosecuting attorney's clerk.
Horrible. No, Mayor.
They get evaluated, Elise. They get evaluated.
Miranda, they have people who just like
the
you
motion.
said, you know that
What
there's
is
students
wrong
that
with
would
you?
want this job.
Not getting anywhere like this.
Can we talk about it later? Let the mayor, let at least 3 people apply for it and see who's the best one.
It's
and also give these individual tests to make sure that they can operate the computer.
You know what? This really sounds personal to me.
It's not personal. It's about hiring the right people. We got people right now that can't even write memos, and they make a lot of money. At least make sure that
we got all.
Hold on. Mayor's saying something. Let's let the mayor speak. I mean, we keep hearing the same thing.
We're not getting anywhere. We're not making any grounds. So we have a motion on the floor to what?
Promote Doris McGehee.
Doris, what's her last name?
McGehee as the part-time prosecuting attorney clerk.
Frankie.
All right. Now we've already discussed it. So let's vote. Let's vote. Call the roll.
Alderwoman West.
Yes.
Alderwoman Avant Elliott.
Yes.
Alderwoman Dales.
Absolutely no.
Alderwoman Reed.
I'm sorry, yes.
Alderman Carroll.
Yes.
No,
yes.
Alderman West, I don't understand you voting for your own motion.
Huh?
Don't come on now. Don't get her started. Come on.
I ain't getting started.
Do not. Come on. It takes a while to get her calmed down.
We don't make motions on people getting hired. It's the mayor's decision. It's the mayor's decision. We should allow college.
$2 $13 an hour.
Nothing mess up at City Hall right now.
It's a board decision.
Okay, Mayor.
What's next?
I have the floor, Mayor.
Yes. What's next?
I wanted to ask the city attorney for a future practice, because every other board meeting I've gone to, personnel hiring except for appointments is normally done in closed session. So I'm asking if when we get ready to do the hiring for that director position, could that be done in closed session? And if we chose to do it in a public, it can be as well. What is the rule on that? Can we keep all of the hiring that's not appointments in closed session, where we talking about people's salary and stuff like that, like we did with the rec director in these sessions, or do we have to do it public? Because most of the board meetings I go to, I don't never hear no personnel vote with nobody's name being mentioned.
If it involves hiring, firing, or promotion or disciplining of employees, then that should be in closed session.
Okay, so for the future, all the director positions, we can just do them in closed session, without discussing salary, saying any of that in the public, and now the public will know is that they hired, correct?
That is accurate. However, for the directors, you still have to approve them.
Yeah, but I'm saying, couldn't we approve them in closed session?
Now, the approval, as I understand it, typically takes place in the open session. The actual approval of the individual. If it's a director's position, the mayor appoints and the board approves. It's the approval is typically done in open session.
Yeah, that's because it's via bill, right, attorney? Because we have a bill written for those positions.
Just for the salary though, right?
We don't have a person name in there.
Right, just for the salary. So yeah, that just outlines their salary, but I just know that there's other board practices where it's in closed session. So I was just trying to get clarification so we can move to start doing that and not talking about their business all up in the out in the open when we talking about salary for that specific person.
Oh my God. You muted, my friend.
Are we done? Is there anything more to discuss?
I have a question for the attorney. According to our ordinance, attorney White Coleman, it's the decision of the mayor and not by motion to hire administrative staff.
Yes, the mayor hires administrative staff.
I'm digging it though.
Thank you.
But he just hired administrative staff. She just made
no, he did not. He said you all took a motion. He didn't say he hired her. I'm asking the mayor to have multiple applications to make sure that we get the. The mayor can hire the most.
But he knows
qualified
that
person.
Only got one applicant.
Oh no, you're gonna have 5 tomorrow. I'll make sure of that.
No, well, it's too bad because we've already passed the motion.
It can't be by motion, it's by the mayor.
Well, too bad. We made a motion.
We're gonna go by, if we're gonna go by the law.
You really need to stop.
Okay, Mayor, I'll talk to you later.
Issues with people.
I make a motion to close this meeting.
Before we do so, there's one other matter that I need to bring to the board's attention. The city received a subpoena in a lawsuit, and it's not filed against the city. This lawsuit is filed against the city of St. Anne. It's Quentin Thomas versus the city of St. Anne. And it relates to issues relating to the housing of individuals in the St. Anne jail. The city has a contract to house individuals in the St. Anne jail. So as a result, the city received a subpoena for information relating to that. The subpoena is pretty onerous because it requests information relating to arrestees held in the St. Anne County Jail for the period from August 2011 to present. We've been in contact with the attorneys at Arch City. This is Arch City that's handling this. And in lieu of gathering all of this data that they have requested, and they've not just subpoenaed the city of Bellefontaine neighbors, they've subpoenaed at least 11 other cities that had a similar agreement with St. Anne. In talking to them, other municipalities are signing agreements allowing Regis to provide this information so that the cities don't have to spend the time and effort necessary to gather all of this information. There is a protective order which protects this information because it's confidential information. In talking to the chief and Fran about this subpoena, we got some of the information they've requested, but it would be my recommendation that we, in accordance with what other cities are doing, sign the agreement allowing Regis to provide this information to Arch City so that our people don't have to go through and do it. Typically, as attorney, that is something that I would sign off on. However, because it involves giving permission to Regis to release the information, I wanted to bring it to the board's attention.
Is there any cost associated with that?
Yes. No, not from my understanding.
Okay.
We would sign, execute the authorization, and then Regis would provide them that information. So it would take us out of the picture.
All right.
As it relates to that data.
Go ahead, Alderman Carroll.
I move to allow Regis to supply information as requested by the city attorney.
I second, Mayor.
Okay, moved in second. All in favor, say aye.
Just for the question, real fast.
What's the question?
Okay, for record keeping purposes, attorney, is it better for, is this time sensitive?
Don't forget you got money in there.
Is it time sensitive? Can we make a motion on this on the next meeting so we can actually list the proper section for closed session? Because when Fran do her minutes, it's gonna contradict having the fire and hiring with your the legal advice you're providing to the board.
Oh, yeah.
Because I didn't do that section.
Well, it is time sensitive. Actually, the subpoena was served, I think, look at the date, the 11th of December, and they wanted it on the 23rd. I spoke to the attorney and got an additional 30 days to get them the information because I told him I wanted to bring the matter to the attention of the board before we did anything.
So if we
and it's not a matter really that
vote on
that requires approval of the board. I just wanted the board to know about it because the mayor or the chief would have to sign off on the authorization to allow Regis to get the documents. And in talking to the chief about it, he said he would prefer that the mayor do it. So that's the reason I'm bringing it to the board.
okay, so then we won't have it in our records that we voting on.
Right. Right. It's basically informational.
Mm-hmm. Just to ask the mayor before he get off, are you wanting us to rescind anything with Ms. McGahee, or are you fine with her serving in that capacity because your administrative person recommended her? So I'm sure she had vetted it with you in the first place. Are we going for it with her, with you being her supervisor?
Yes, I'll go with it.
Okay. All right. All right. I move to adjourn the closed session and adjourn the regular meeting for a roll call vote.
Alderman Carroll. Yeah, I know you're saying second. Yeah, I thought that's what you were saying. All in favor, say aye.
We got a roll call.
Roll call.
We got a roll call.
Roll call.
Okay, Alderwoman West,
Yes.
Alderwoman Reed,
Yes, ma'am.
Alderman Carroll,
Yes.
Alderwoman Dales.
No.
No.
Yeah.
Alderwoman Yvonne Elliott.
Yes. You don't want to adjourn.
You want to stay
Oh,
on?
okay, yeah. I'm sorry, I thought it was to hire somebody. No, I am not helping you with that.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
we can
Dales, you
adjourn.
saying
We
yes
need
on
to.
adjourn?
Huh?
You saying yes on adjourn?
Yes.
Okay, all yes, ma'am.
All right. Well, I was getting ready to start the meeting up again since we didn't get a
Right.
unanimous vote on it. But
Bye. Bye.
Good
We got
morning, y'all.
y'all have a good
Good
night.
morning.
All right,
Good
have a good
morning.
night.
Bye.
Don't nobody call me before 11 o'clock tomorrow.
Bye.
Man, I have to call you at 8.
No. 8 o'clock in the morning.
Good night.
Okay. Hey, Mayor,
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes.
Okay. And I see no one where Dorothy's gone to. I didn't mean for that to be such a big deal.
Yeah, well, it turned out to be one.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah. All righty then. I will talk to you tomorrow.
Okay. Well, you know I'm off.
That's right. Talk to you. I'll talk to you whenever then.
Okay, bye-bye.
All right, bye.